All right. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1, please. So if the mic quality is solid, hit that number 1. Landon, Anthony, Jim, Kyle, Ty. All right, perfect. I think we are all set. So let's get this party started. I think I got everything. All right, well, good morning. It is Monday, November 10th. The year is 2025. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. And we are off to start a whole new week. Friendly reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, hit that like button. If you've never been here before and you're new, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But yeah, if you've been here before and you know you are going to enjoy, please hit that like button. HR, morning. Eggy, good morning. Lead Thrower, morning. Emmy, this morning. Du jour, morning. Frank, good morning. Janice, good morning. Yeah, we are, well, I know people were going to ask, so I'll go over the trade here because it's like, whoa, where did you get that from? I'll go over that real quick just to kind of show. Members of the private community should know exactly where I got that from, given I alerted the exact thing I was looking at this morning in the private community. So hopefully all of you can connect those dots, but yeah. But like I said, technically speaking, since this is supposed to start at 11 a.m. Eastern and I'm early, because I know people are going to ask, so if I just tell them to go back, to the basically 15-minute mark, then they can see it if they want. It's a sad day. Today I blew my pro account. It happens, Art. Way to keep your head up, and it sounds like you got right back to the grindstone. So well done in that regard. But yes, it is always a sad day when accounts are blown, let alone pro accounts, but it does happen. It is unfortunately part of the business. So if I can shed any bit of optimism your way, at least ultimately that blow up the account only cost you, I don't know what size it was, but at most a couple $100. So it could be worse. Today was a big lesson in having confidence in setups. Up. Go, nice job. Evil. Does Tradeovate give you access to... What do you care about stocks, Emmy? We're trading futures. Are you that quickly getting distracted by stocks now? What do you focus on? Why are you talking stocks all of a sudden, Emmy? What in the world? Where'd that come from? Yeah, good solid start. I didn't go on tilt, but I could feel a little bit of last Friday. I don't really want to talk about last Friday. You can watch that live stream if you want. But I had a little bit of last Friday in me with this trading right here. That was, I think, at its peak up 120, then down 60, kind of all over the place. So I started to go a little bit, like I said, not on tilt, but maybe over trading a bit on that one. So I need to be very, very careful. No, I am going. I will say it right now. Last Friday is not going to happen today. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to allow for it to happen. It's just not going to, it just won't. It just won't. I just want to check something. No, Tradeovate does not give access to stocks as far as I'm aware. I suppose, I don't know that because I guess I've never really pursued stocks, but as far as I'm aware, Tradeovate is for futures and futures alone. Best day so far, 2,500 on each of the. Oh, nice job, Landon. Actually, 2 more yesterday, 2 more. Awesome, Landon. Good. Sounds like you got okay. All right, I got to stop reading the chat. We have a potential trade here taking shape. Interested down here at the pink line, which is the overnight high. Actually, probably even more so interested at this yellow line. This yellow line, for me, carries around quite a bit of significance. So, but yeah, down around this area, I'm interested in a long, but I do want to wait for some sort of confirmation. I don't want to just... I guess I really could just throw a buy order there and look for a quick little bounce. We'll see. Can you reset pro? You can reset pro accounts with Take Profit Trader, but it is very, very expensive. How expensive? Well, for the price of one pro reset, you could buy like 5 or 6 test accounts, which is why we do the racehorse model around here, to be proactive against that temptation. Racehorse model is just very simply, even if you have pro accounts, keep working on passing new accounts. Your pro account is your racehorse. Test accounts are just horses. So be constantly working on turning horses into racehorses, even if you already do have some racehorses. That way, when those racehorses die, aka you blow up your pro account, you're not going to go and have, be tempted to spend a bunch of money to reset because you'll already have some accounts in the stable waiting for you. All right, here we go. It's approaching that area. What a pullback here, though. Wow. Like I said, I'm waiting for some bit of confirmation, but this thing just keeps dropping and dropping. What a move. Yeah, I've yet to meet anybody that has reset a pro account and it was happy with that decision. Because if you think about the context of a reset, you're already in a very bad mental spot because that means you literally just blew up a pro account. So you're probably already irritated. You're probably already not in the right mindset. So to be spending that amount of money to reset account to keep on trading when you're not in a good mindset, very, very dangerous. Again, like I said, I've yet to meet anybody that has reset a pro account and was happy with that decision. Landon is one of the people who talk in the chat, right, that is already, thankfully he's, just open and honest and transparent about it. He's like, yeah, no, I've done that before. It was a total waste of money. So that's one of the things that the racehorse model is proactive against. Wow, this is almost like, was there a tweet or something? This is about a 50-point move here. Yes, that's right. Travis, another guy, somebody else that has reset the pro account. Not exactly happy about it. Want to see how this candle finishes closing. So we have about 40 seconds. 5 minute is kind of interesting. As it's, you kind of have this area, not kind of, you do have this area down here around 520. You also have the VWAP right there. So, like I said, an area that I'm kind of watching, but at the end of the day, I want to see some sort of confirmation before I just jump right in. Trump is tweeting out about the open. Right now he is. I mean, that would, okay, interesting candle. Going to try a buy right there if it wants to pop back up. Now, if it comes down too low, I'll cancel that out because that'll kind of, not kind of, it will wreck the, okay, the risk reward. There we go. So green is my entry. Red will be my stop if I get filled. And let's look for some sort of bounce here. Again, if it drops below that red line, I'll have to cancel this trade plan out. And okay, never mind. Oh, come on. My risk profile is a little different now. I could compensate for that with smaller position size. Okay, I'm in there. Again, had to go smaller size because it did give me a little bit bigger of a risk profile than what I wanted. I did have the chance at a scalpy scalp, and just like that, right back down. Getting a little bit easier to kind of sit and weather this little storm here, given it's only 2 micros and I'm, nicely overall green, but still, I don't know. Is this going to turn into like a scalpy scalp kind of session here? Let's see if this thing wants to come back above the blue line. Like I said, this is getting down towards a very interesting area on the chart. Clay, you just had an opportunity. You're right. I did have some green again, but trying to trust this to pop up more. But again, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting a little too greedy. Once again, I had the chance to get at green, but I waited for more. Bro, I'm a CFD trader. Do you think switching to futures? Bold move? No, I think it's a smart move. Compared to CFDs, so if by bold you mean smart, yeah, I fully think that would be a bold move. Futures, way better than CFDs. CFDs are pretty sketchy. I do realize if you're not if you're outside the USA, then kind of CFDs may be your only chance. Come on. All right. Yeah. Not right now. What are you supposed to be doing right now? What? Oh, good. Yeah, all right. That's good. You got a good workout? I'm not talking to voices in my head right now. I'm talking to my daughter outside my office, just in case you're wondering. What a frustrating trade this has been. No. What country are you in? What country are you in? All right, I'm going to try to add some more right there. There we go. All right, I'm done with this one. It'll probably now just cleanly bounce upwards, but goodness. It bounces, then it comes back down. Bounces, puts me a little in the green, then comes back down. If you're watching that whole trade, you know exactly what I mean. You're from the okay, well, I don't know. I may have to eat my words on that one. Let's check. You do not want to see your country on this list. I repeat, you do not want to see your country on this list. Where's the P's at? Elemento. Are there no P's? Or am I? L-M-N-O. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, you are not able to do what I'm doing, so you may be stuck with CFDs. Again, you do not want to see your country on this list. If it is, then unfortunately, you are not able. Well, okay, wow. Feel great about that one, though. Played that one about as well as I could. Took a small green and got out before the dump continues. That was ridiculous. You're right, Clay. Trading at night. What'd you trade, Rhett? Did you trade gold? Man, that was a frustrating trade. But again, the signs were starting to be there. Of course, there's no guarantee, but if you witnessed that whole trade, you saw that blue line was my average price, and it kept going above it. I was like, okay, let's see if we can get the bounce. And it just never bounced. It bounced enough to, give me the opportunity at a couple moments of green, and then finally bounced enough to just get me green. But yeah, that was one where, to be fair, sometimes I'll do that, and then it finally goes, and it's like, oh, great. But in this situation, yeah, hindsight has proven me that I played that one very well. I just showed you the list. The Philippines is on the list, my friend. Therefore, you cannot do what I'm doing. I'm using Take Profit Trader. So, yeah, Philippines is on the list. Wow. So, what is going? Did somebody say something? Okay, do we have any confirmation of what actually? Not that, it matters from a trading standpoint. All I know is that there's something out there right now that is causing more selling than buying. So, it's more a curiosity thing. Wow. Okay, 5 minute, check it out. We are approaching potentially a double whammy of support. We have the pink line there, which is the 200 period moving average. We have the dotted brown line, which is a pivot point. So right here around 85. Again, this doesn't guarantee there'll be a support, but I will be once again bullish right around that area, looking for some sort of confirmation. What about Apex? Is Apex open to people in the Philippines? Does anybody know? Hey, hit that like button if you are enjoying. We are kind of slacking on likes this morning. We're only at 20 usually. So yeah, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. Oh, Trump's talking right now? Trump is speaking. Trump is okay. All right. Was that scheduled or no? No, the glitch is still out there. Hoover says he's in a glitch. I have not had any glitches this morning. I'm not aware of anybody else. But Hoover now might be the first person. Anybody else noticing a glitch right now? Let's catch the knife. Go for it, touch-up trader. Catch away. Uh-oh. Eggy. Yeah, in a glitch. Oh, finally. I mean, I don't mean this in a bad way, Jocko, but it's kind of like about time. Jocko has like avoided every glitch. All my charts just reloaded. Okay, Ty, gotcha. All right, well, for those of you that are using what I can never remember, CNQ data or CQG data, whatever that thing is. Huge glitch on the web this morning. Oh, really? Okay. Trump is in a closed press meeting with the president of Syria. I'm very confused. If it's a closed press meeting, then how is he speaking live right now? Maybe I don't understand what a closed press meeting is. You don't see him talking. Okay, well, other people are saying he's talking. Yeah, who knows? At some point, I'll get smart and I'll just find my own live source so that I don't have to like dig through like 18 different. He's live. No, he's not live. No, he was live. No, he will be live. This is like our chat box here is a great microcosm of how like I think social media and just the internet works. Is so many different opinions. And I'm not even saying anybody has ever even maliciously has any malicious intent. People are, just make mistakes, right? Accidents happen. Because I don't believe any of you that says Trump is live when he's not live are saying that maliciously. Sometimes people just make a mistake. Oh, I thought that was live, but it just turned out to be a clip. Trump on Sooth. Hey, good morning, Joey. Well, there we go. Nice hammer here now on the 5-minute forming. Never got quite down to where I was looking. It still may come down there to be that right there. Shows how much time is left on this candle. So this is a 5-minute candle, meaning each one of these moves around for 5 minutes before it stops moving, and then a new candle starts to move. So that's what a 5-minute candle means. And that right there is the timer showing, when. So I guess so watch when this thing hits 0 or very close to 0, a new candle right here will start to form. So 4, 1, boom. See a new candle forming? Now this one right here will move for 5 minutes. So quick little lesson there for, what do you mean by a 5-minute time frame? Right there. Tariq, good morning. Or just hello, good morning, Clay. I've been watching you. I'm slowly learning. Great, Murray. Glad to hear that. Whoa. I turned my back, and what just happened? I have no idea how fast that happened. Oh, boy. Wow. Okay, I'm going to chase wisely. I'm just doing one. That was a chase. I know that I'm chasing, but it was just with one MNQ. Plus, there's that glitch thread out there, so I'm trying to be irresponsible. Isn't that an oxymoron? How are you chasing responsibly? Fair question. One, I'm in a prop firm, which is massive risk control in and of itself. Two, I'm doing an MNQ contract. Three, I'm doing one MNQ contract. So that is how I would say I am chasing responsibly. I am FOMOing responsibly, which is, again, a power of the prop firm space. Thank you. Thank you for using code Clay, Tariq. You fed some hungry kids. I appreciate it. And right now we're witnessing why it's not always the best to chase. Because, yeah. But we'll see if it wants to, this momentum wants to continue. All right, I got my stop right there, though, now. If this comes up, I'll just stop out right there. Got my line in the sand. And I'm about to be, no, stopped out. And I will be, wow, okay. Okay, there we go, stopped out. All right. Philip, oh, thanks, Travis. Yeah, I don't know if he's still here anymore, but I'll let him know. Well, that was quite the move. Now it's really just a question of, is this a short? Is this a dead cat bounce here? Maybe. Let's see how it reacts up here around VWAP. Might try another trade there on the short side of things. And in some, I mean, that was a chase, but if this was the start of a much bigger move, what I risked there easily made sense. Because, I mean, if you have experience with futures, you know that when things get moving, they can keep on moving and move quite a bit. So had that been one of those situations, clearly it was not. But my point is, had it been, then that what I ultimately lost on that trade, it could have been a way bigger gain. Had it been one of those movements in futures where it really just, hammers down. But as we're witnessing right now, it wasn't one of those moves. But in my mind, I thought it could have been, especially after the failure of these lower shadows right here. But I was wrong. So yes, it was a chase, but I would not call that a degenerate chase at all. Even with it being responsible, I think I had good logic behind that one. And I know that doesn't maybe necessarily make sense if you don't have a whole lot of experience in futures, but those of you that do, especially with the MNQ and NQ, you know when that thing can get moving in a certain direction, boy, oh boy, that thing can just keep on moving in that direction. Now, we got a quiet chat this morning. Ain't nobody talking. Is this going to be maybe this will be a 30-minute stream? What in the world? We're not at 50 likes. Nobody's talking. My pets' heads are falling off. Ooh. Oh, that reminds me, Janice. You made a claim on Friday that you're going to be joining the mentorship. You then made a claim, which I believe, that you're up like just under $10,000. But I have not checked. Did you fulfill that claim, Janice, or do you need to be demoted? Is that loud enough? Clay, you know how much Charles Schwab charges for one client? No, buddy, I do not like you using Charles Schwab because that implies you are risking your own capital to trade futures. I think there is a better way to go about it. And that is with a prop firm. Because a prop firm, you have very little of your capital at risk. But right now, you're basically wanting to risk your own capital with Charles Schwab. But with the prop firm, what I'm using, and I'll just use the 20. Right here, this is ultimately a risk. Because that is the cost of the account. The cost of the account gives you 50K in purchasing power. And then if you ultimately lose the account, because if you go and lose 2,000, which is one of the key rules, you don't lose 2,000 of your own funds, but you do lose the account. Meaning if you spent 102 on the account, that's what you actually lose. And then you can try again, get the account back for $100. But yeah, Charles Schwab is not that. If you lose $2,000 on your Charles Schwab account, you literally just lost $2,000. I was confused when I saw no white shirt. That's fair. It's getting kind of cold here in Iowa. I think it's cold kind of across the Midwest right now. My parents sent me a video. What was that, on Saturday? And we got like a couple of snowflakes here in Iowa. But then, yeah, my parents in Ohio, they got snow that was sticking. So point being is it's cold across the Midwest today. All right, maybe a short here. if it comes back down. So I will look to get short at that red line if it comes back down. We'll see if this wants to continue on with the trend. Snow today in Columbus. Okay, yeah, I know that. Well, even more snow. That's weird because, like I said, my parents, who are in Northwest Ohio, that was back on Saturday. So I don't know. I don't know where that snow's coming from because we haven't had any more here in Iowa. Sometimes it makes sense, right? It hits, it hits us in Iowa and then it keeps on moving. But yeah, I don't know if it's snowing today in Columbus. I don't know where that snow came from. Hello, Space Jam. Snow in East Tennessee this morning. Okay. All right, I'll cancel that out. Trying to wait. I'm wondering, do I just get short right here at the VWAP? I could try that with a very tight stop. Let's see if this pops up and comes back down. I'll try a short up here on the... There we go. A little bit more. No, a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nitpicky here. I want to see it pop up. There we go. A little more. All right, that's good. All right, here we go. If it comes down to that red line, I'll try short. Now, I don't want this to get too big of a candle. So just thinking, is this some kind of dead cat bounce? Okay, red line is my entry, so it's got to get down to the red line. Okay, I'm in. Took one out. There we go, brother. Took another one out. Let's get my stop in green, and let's just ride this puppy down. There we go. Just moving it down as it goes in my favor. There we go. Bye. Whew. That was sweet. I like those juicy ones. Why can't every trade work like that? Where you get filled and instantly, ba-boom, you're in the profit. And ba-boom, you're getting another profit target hit. Bullish bets, I think you're focused on the wrong things. Prop firms has nothing to do with making money. Prop firms has everything to do with the risk management. If you're concerned about, if like this would be the wrong attitude, but if your attitude is no, I only care about how much I get to keep, well then go use your own money. Because with your own money, to be fair, you do get to keep 100% of your gains. But the flip side of that is if you use your own money, you also get to keep 100% of something else. And that means your bad decisions, your tilt, your revenge trading, all those things. If you go on tilt, if you have a really bad day, you get to own 100% of that bad day. Whereas a prop firm, you don't own anywhere close to 100% of the bad day. Sure, you'll lose your account, but losing your account is a couple $100 as potentially thousands of dollars, which is what can happen, hence a bad day. So, like I said, bullish bets, if your utmost priority is how much do I get to keep, then go use your own funds. But I'm telling you right now, just remember, the other thing you get to keep is 100% of your bad day. And we all have bad days from time to time. If I use NinjaTrader, is it okay to trade outside the USA? I mean, yeah, I don't. If you're in a country where again, I'm assuming you're asking with Take Profit Trader. So if you're in a country and Take Profit Trader is available, then yes, you can use NinjaTrader. That is one of the platforms that is open to you. Anyone know when we get the 2,000? So everybody's just getting their own money. Yeah, that $2,000 dividend's hilarious. 1 minute, everybody is, it's like, oh, the stimulus checks, that all led to inflation. Yeah. And all of a sudden, everybody's, or, the same people that were all roasting that, depending on their, again, they're just the hypocrisy. Politics is such a clown show. Okay, let's just call it something different. And then, like, somehow that makes the economics of it different, too. That's funny. right, I will try another short on this one if it wants to come back down. Step one, let's see if it can hit that VWAP. And if it does, there we go. Put the entry right there. Okay, I'm in. Take a little scalpy scalp on that one. I don't know, something was telling me just to do the scalpy scalp, but as of now, that little something was completely wrong. Especially if it breaks the low of that candle. If it goes back below, yep, it was wrong. Oh well. Still a winning trade, but should not have done it. Buddy, good question. The fee right here is just during the test phase. So what's the test? Well, show that you can make 3,000, but don't lose 2,000. You can take as long as you want to pass this test. I always say pass it within a month. Why? Well, because after you do pass and you get what's called the pro account, so once you go from the test to the pro account, this monthly fee goes away. So there's no need to rush, but given that futures do move so quickly, it is very realistic that you can pass within 1 month. Again, if you want to take 5 months, take 5 months, but you're going to be paying that 5 times, which now you have more risk on the line because every time you spend money here, that is technically a risk. So to keep your risk minimal, that's why, aim to do your best to pass the test within 1 month. That way you're all in risk because that's the only money you have to pay. Because after you get to the pro account, that monthly fee goes away and you are not going to be getting, charged any more fees. So yes, during the test phase, that is the amount per month. Well, how long do I have to take? How long do I have to pass the test? As long as you want. But that is the flip side. Is if you take a year, and don't let it take you a year. Okay, don't let it take you a year. Again, Brad, I'm deleting that out because you should know better. Anybody that's talking about a 1 day pass is thinking about the wrong thing. They are asking the wrong question. By the way, Janice, did you join or did you avoid that question? I got to figure out if I needed to demote you or not. But yes, the wrong question with prop firms is how long is a test, right? Brad was just saying, well, so-and-so is a 1 day pass. Yeah, that's the wrong framing because what you should be asking is how many days until I'm eligible for a payout, until I can get money sent to my account. With that firm that Brad was talking about, yeah, they do offer a 1 day payout. The problem is the amount of days you'd be eligible until you'd be eligible for a payout is like 8 or 9. Whereas Take Profit Trader, sure, the minimum test period is 5, which, well, that sounds terrible. What do you mean you have to do a minimum of 5 days? Well, again, wrong question, because with Take Profit Trader, the amount of days until you're eligible for a payout is actually 6 days, because on day number 1 of your pro account, assuming you meet the qualifications then, you could start to get payouts. So again, wrong question. How many days until I can pass? Bad question. The right question, how many days, assuming I play things perfectly, would I be eligible for a payout? That is the right question, because that gets you around what got Brad was saying. Again, like I said, that's just the wrong question. Because sure, some prop firms you can pass in 1 day, which sounds great until you're like, wait, but I'm still not even eligible until day 8 or 9. Where Take Profit Trader, it can sound rough. What do you mean I gotta do a minimum of 5 days? Well, yeah, but on day number 1 of your pro account, therefore day number 6 overall, you would be eligible for payouts. Uh-oh, I think Janice is about to get demoted. She keeps avoiding the question. We might have the first ever mod demotion. The mod demotion. Well, I guess, I think my voice just cracked there. If anybody could explain to me why I'm getting hair under my armpits, I would appreciate it. But I guess in hindsight, that wasn't the terrible, the scalpy scalp. Sure, I could have gotten probably more of it if I let it work. But yeah, this thing just snapped right back up. Once again, though, I'll play it again. If it wants to hit this yellow line and come back down, I will try another short on it. But step 1 in that whole sequence is it's got to hit that yellow line. No, I appreciate it, Johnny. I appreciate it. Okay, we're getting, okay, there we go. It's close enough. Okay, we'll get short at the red line. And I'm in. Come on. All right, I'm just going to take that scalpy scalp. All right. Janice is now avoiding the question, so Janice will need to be demoted. How do I do this here? How do I do that? I've never had it. All right, I'll get to it in a second. This is good action here. Let's see. Oh, doggone it. No, I'm not going to ban, but yeah. I don't like when people pee in my leg and try to tell me it's raining. Okay, I was thinking about a short here, but I'm glad I looked at the 5-minute. Going short, right, basically at or above the 200 period moving average, not what I'm looking to do. Doesn't mean it'll bounce, but it seems like an area where that could bounce, especially 200 period moving average, the pivot point right there. Not a general area where I'm looking to get short. So I'm glad. I was thinking about it though, based on the 2-minute, but I'm glad I looked over on the 5-minute because again, doesn't mean it can't work out from the short side, but would I call that like does it seem like I have an edge? Probably not. Nah, Sokol, you're too much of a troll. To your credit, though, at least you do admit to being a troll from time to time. So I'll give respect where respect's due in that case. Awesome, Cam. Glad you enjoy. Well, I guess if you did take that short, it is doing work. It is pushing down. I'm watching over on the 5-minute here. Pushing down to both those area. Why do I not hold it short? Why? I just explained that, Walang. I did not like the 5-minute. I'm really trying to get an answer from Janice. I know some of you are like, dude, you've given her enough. I know. I'm just trying to that way nobody can say that I'm not. But she keeps just not answering. So does my heart good to... Oh, yeah, agreed, Greg. It's great to have Walang back. Space Jam, I need help. Well, I've tried to help you, Space Jam, but I'm not quite sure you're actually open to the help that others have tried to give you. But maybe I'm wrong. I have 3 and 6 month T-bill auction coming in 6... Oh, really? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Janice, final time if you're out there. I already talked customer service and can't open account. Okay, I don't know what that means. You talked to whose customer service? What do you mean you can't open an account? Okay, Janice, were you going to answer my question or no? Final time. You made a claim on Monday or on Friday. Oh, yeah, I'm going to join the mentorship. You then go and talk about how you made just under $10,000, which I do believe. Awesome. So if I go and check, am I going to see that you said what you were, that you did what you said you're going to do after making more than enough money to actually do said thing? Or no, were you just yapping? I can't have yappers as mods. I can't have people peeing on my leg and then trying to tell me it's raining. So there you go. I could not say it any more clear. Let's... Potentially interesting long down around here. Again, 5 minutes, it's holding up, but overall, it's still a big picture bear pennant. So I don't know if I want to be getting long it. Well, yeah, oh yes, there is definitely a time limit, or else you can play the game of, well, tomorrow, 8 years from now, tomorrow. Yes, there is kind of a built-in implication that, like, oh yeah, I'll do that. So, yes, yeah. We're not going to play the, wait, there's a time limit? Well, yeah, yes, there is. I'd like to do the short, but again, what's throwing me off on the 5-minute is we got that pivot point right there. So that's what's got me hesitant to go short, is on the 5-minute we have that pivot point right there. Doesn't mean that it can't break down and go. It's just a matter of, I don't know, is there actually an edge there? Oh, shut it, Nathan. Be honest with yourself. You got confirmation bias going on. How many times did you take those 5 points and then it ripped against you and would have, just wrecked you? In those situations, no doubt about it. Now, granted, I know you're messing around and kidding, but I also know you're probably a little serious too, as we all are. All right, show me the money. Slow and steady, brother. You're so demanding, Clay, but I like Janice. That's what, you know what? I like, please, I don't want to demote you, Janice. I like it, though. Some people look at that and they're like, oh, you're so mean. But Janice is like, we want some more. Or I guess, I want some more. I want some more. For some reason, NQ is so hard for me to trade. Have you looked into ES or anything like that, Carlos? Or at least MNQ? Well, that is true, Hoover, but I'm also not assuming that she's living paycheck to paycheck. She seems to be and I mean this as a compliment, she seems to not be the type that is living paycheck to paycheck, where it's like, no, I literally have no money until this money transfers from here to here. Good job, Kenny. Got the Remember the Titans quote. Well done. That is true. No. Yeah. NQ I chased today. Yeah, I also chased, where did I chase? My short right here. And then got stopped out. But that VWAP here, that carry, how many trades did I get on the VWAP? One. Yeah, that first one right there was beautiful. Went in my favor. And then I got two. Yeah, so VWAP, just 3 trades in a row worked out very nicely. GC is making a bear range. I'm not trading it. I did actually do GC last night. I had like a couple minutes, found a nice little trade, and got 140 on GC. So I am still watching gold, but gold, in my opinion at least, has definitely kind of slacked off compared to, compared to NQ. Yeah, right here, this distance back to being 2. So I'm learning with this distance between these two numbers over here is a 5. That's more so on I'm thinking gold is what I'm liking. So yes, this trend line here, hopefully is not shocking when you consider and what I showed you on the 5-minute. Doesn't mean that trend line can't be broken, but hopefully it makes sense that we are stuck right now in the 5-minute in quite the area where, there can be buyers, right? You have the pink line, 200 period moving average. You have the pivot point. So like I said, does not mean that this can't break down, but one of those things where for me, that's why I'm a little hesitant to getting short right now. Is it okay to short gold right now? Well, I don't know. Gia Kun, I am operating on this logic that you know your strategy, you know your rules, you know your analysis better than I do. So I'm just going to throw the question back in your court. What does your strategy say? Does your strategy say that it is okay to short gold? If your strategy says, yes, it's okay to short gold, then I would say, then go short gold because you know your strategy better than I do. I'm used to, yeah. Well, I mean, it takes a little bit because futures move great. But I mean, a blown prop account is not the same as like a blown, like I just threw $5,000 of my money into an account. Oh, I just blew it. Well, in that situation, that means like that trader literally just lost $5,000 of their own money. In the prop firm space, a blown account is, a couple $100 at most. Do you play no, I do not do anything with Bitcoin. I like the ES, and then basically I like NASDAQ and gold. Those are the 2 things I like to focus on because they get the vast majority of the volume and they move great. I know some people like YM, which is the Dow Jones. Some people like ES, S&P 500, and those are fine too. But yeah, I don't see any really need to expand into Bitcoin because, I mean, these markets that I watch move already really nicely anyways. Friend Q, I'm thinking it makes a semi-quick move back to overnight, then a move. All right, Johnny. Ready, short, MNQ, okay? Well, Lang is, I guess, short MNQ. So definitely a wait and see for me for the time being. Now, if it comes back up to VWAP again, I'm a little bit more interested up there, but for the reasons that I'm not going to explain again, given I've explained it about 32 times in the past 5 minutes, I'm just sitting on my hands right now. So just waiting to see how this all plays out. If you see something different that has you wanting to go long or has you getting short, hey, more power to you. I realize we all have, little differences within our strategy, but for me, I got to do the sit on hands order right now. Wait. So where's your stop at, Willang? You're short right now. I hope you have a stop because right now it's going against you. But I realize that it might still come back down. Okay, no. So right here, this is what I'm considering the overall pattern right here. We have, if I'm just using the VWAP instead of a trend line, kind of using that as the upper part of the pattern. Here is the lower part. And then, up here we have the downwards part of it. So here's the bear pennant still in play. So for me right now, I was thinking about a short right around here, but I don't know. That's kind of like right in the middle of the pattern. So I'm going to hold off on that. You're waiting on a long? Okay. That shows how we all see things differently. I am definitely bearish biased because we are in an overall downtrend now. We're in a bear pennant, but Hoover's seen something that has him waiting on a long. Fair enough. He very well might be right. Maybe this is the longs taking over slowly, but at the end of the day, that's why risk management matters. Somebody's going to be right, somebody's going to be wrong. Just got to manage that risk. 5-minute bear, yeah. But right now, we are right in the middle of that pattern. So, I mean, there's just nothing that I can really... All right, let me get rid of those lines up there. Well, we got an opportunity. Actually, that was, yeah. I was going to leave that maybe, but that's very far away. So this again, so here is at least what I'm looking at. There's, and this move basically started right here. Then for the golfers, let me put the golf hole up here. Upside down pennant, therefore a bear pennant. So does this thing come back down here? That is the main question that I'm trying to see. What does this ultimately want to do? Will the bear pennant do bearish things? Ooh, it is approaching the 21 EMA, which is also essentially kind of the top part of the pattern. All right, coming back down. Good morning, Clay. Looking good on the day. Best. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, JJ. Don't bring it up, brother. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it makes it irritating because it's like, man, this day combined with Fridays. But it is what it is. Long. Okay, Soaks is thinking long too. Okay. Okay, but he's looking. Okay, I see what he's doing. He wants to see it come up here through here. So he's looking for some more confirmation. Gotcha. How was your week? Oh, yeah, thank you for asking. Yeah, weekend was pretty good. It's pretty good. Friday night was super fun. Went over to Jimbo's house. I don't know if Jimbo's still here. Saturday was blah. It was rainy and sleety here, so I didn't really get up to the property to do anything outside. And then Sunday, yesterday was okay. So yeah, I guess it was a good weekend. Best weekend ever. I wouldn't go that far, but it was good. How about I'll ask Johnny, how are all your weekends? How were all your weekends? Do anything fun? Took your wife out to play golf. Oh, nice. Oh, great. All right, down through the lower trend line here. Again, I'm not going to quite trust it yet just because of the 5-minute. It's got to clear through all this congestion. Hey, Willang, I'm not sure. I know there's a language barrier here, but could you give us like some actual numbers? Because right now you're doing something that we don't really like. You're kind of just armchair quarterbacking saying stuff. But if you could give us a number like, well, where are you going to short at? What number? And then also give us a number for your stop. That's a little bit more palatable. But right now, it's kind of annoying what you're doing. Again, said with all due respect. It's better when people assign numbers and then go long, go short. No, not right now. Okay, go short. It's just like, what? No, give us some actual numbers, my friend. Called a 3.5. Oh, nice job, Janice. That's right. You said you were going to go fishing. Again, I'm trying to tread compassionately, given I know we have a language barrier, but at some point, at some point you got to draw a line somewhere. But right now, this is getting a little much with the armchair. Again, you are welcome. All I'm saying is, instead of saying get short, okay, well, tell us what number you got short at, and then tell us where your stop loss is at, so we can kind of see more so what you're seeing. But right now, brother, you're just kind of armchair quarterbacking stuff. Yep. Still on the 5 minute stuck in this range, and it's just, so hopefully this is making more and more sense why the 2 minutes behaving like this when we look at the 5 minute. Again, we got the 200 period, we got the pivot point, so just a lot of congestion right around here, so just waiting to see it, which way it wants to clear. Cleaned up around the yard, 3 dump runs. Oh, wow. How many? So you must have multiple acres, Jocko? There's no way you have a normal yard and you got 3 dump trailers. TM McCoy. Yes, exactly. Those are the numbers we're looking for. Hey, Broke Stalker. Yeah, good to see you back. Does anybody hear the noises in the background? I'm curious how good this mic is. You do? Is it faint or loud? You hear them? Is it loud or is it like it is a printer? Kyle is a dog. I could pull out a dog whistle and Kyle would be the only one that hears it. And my wife. Yeah, my wife has dog ears too. And a dog nose. I could fart in a windstorm and my wife would be like, you just farted, didn't you? Some people are just like genetically gifted. No, she's the one that reminded me. She's like, and your wife. When I told Kyle that he has a dog ears, she's like, and your, which is true. My wife is very blessed in the, and she has good vision too. Basically, my wife is a specimen. Me, I got work to do. I'll put it that way. You have a dog tail. Yeah, that's probably more so me too. Like I dog ear. No, I more so I got like a tail. Can she hear an old school blue screen on the TV? Probably. Clay has that dog. I don't know. I'm still figuring out what I have. My nose is decent, but yeah. The blue screen. Or the one with all like the bars, the different colored bars. Who remembers that? Man, I'm revealing my age probably. Okay, we're maybe finally getting a decision on which way this wants to go. Let's actually watch this on the 5 minute because that's what I've been kind of watching myself. Again, it's trying to get some clearance, but it's struggling. It's trying. Don't hear it all I hear is your daughter when she speaks. Gotcha. Yeah, well, the printer is done now. Wife so talented she could see radio in yeah, exactly. Oh, whoa, I just turned my back. Okay, so we do now officially have some clearance. It finally wet. So for any of you that were playing that bear flag, or excuse me, bear pennant, congrats. It definitely took some patience, but it paid. As cliche as the saying is, patience pays. Well, here's a good example of that. You did need to be patient, but that movement right there, very nice. Although I will say this is not the most encouraging thing to see the price snap back like that. So seeing stuff like that has me thinking I might need to continue on with the scalpy scalps because that's now you hear it faint. Okay, well Carlos, then you are officially hearing things, unless you might be delayed on the stream. I don't know, Carlos. Are you live? When you hear this, Carlo, check the scroll bar. I don't think you're live because the scanning or excuse me the printing stopped a few minutes ago. So if you're still hearing things right now, you have voices in your head. V shape? Well, I don't know about that. I went long 4 times. You are a madman, Hoover. But that just goes to show everybody can approach things differently. I'm thinking short this whole time, and the short worked out, but within that same time period, I guess Hoover's making money over there. So well done, sir. Yeah, maybe he's got a ghost in the room. No, had to dump an old hot tub cover. Okay, that would take up room. Have 1/5 of an acre. Ah, gotcha, Jocko. Okay. Yeah, that's... Again, short still got paid, but when you're trying to kind of gain confidence in something, like, okay, is the trend going to continue? These sorts of movements here aren't great for gaining that sort of confidence. Because it was looking like the trend was going to continue, and then just like that, the candle shows up, and now all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, now are you going to just bounce straight back up? Quiet this AM active scalping. Long 455. Stop for... Okay. So Hoover sinking. Potential bounce down here. Haven't traded since 655. Good job, Janice. Just got to stick with the strategy. Do what you got to do. Friendly reminder again, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. We're getting somewhat close to our next key goal of 100. So if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form and willing to hit that like button, it does help. All right, we're approaching Hoover's long at least. I'm more so thinking a short. And I am going to get short right here if it comes back down. Now, if this bounces up too much, I'll have to... okay, put my stop right there if I get filled. And let's see if we can get some more continuation. Again, only want to get short if it hits that red line. Nope. Never mind. Now my risk profile would be too big. So there we go. There is waiting for confirmation. Save me from potentially a losing trade. Maybe a potential back test up here. 21 EMA has a nice little history. Again, the 21 EMA for anybody that's new. I love the 21 EMA. Is it a holy grail? It's not, but I do think that if you've never experimented with a 21 EMA, it's worth it. Yeah, now getting short right here is too sketchy because I don't want to have to put my stop all the way up there. That's too big of a risk profile. So, but yeah, if it wants to come up around this area, maybe give me some candles that suggest that this current bounce is running out of steam. I'd be interested. But yes, right now I am still bearish. I realize there's a green candle, but within the overall trend of things, wait, did it hit 650? Oh, okay. I was going to say, wait a minute. Did Hoover just nail it? But unfortunately for Hoover, it didn't quite go down close enough before the bounce. Bummer, Hoover. So right general idea, but unfortunately within trading, you got to get the finer tuned details right. Okay. Let's see if it can come up here, hit that line. Yeah, it missed you. It missed you by, I don't know, 4 points. Got to be done. Don't want to make over 50% of the test. Oh, nice. Always a good problem to face. Am I done for the day, or do I go fire up another test and try to, get that one maxed out? But a good decision. Good morning, Clay. Guess what I did over the weekend? Oh boy. You got married. Either that or you had a kid. One of those two. I'm guessing a big life event happened. Maybe you proposed. So yeah, or maybe you're engaged now. Either you got married, you got engaged, or you have a new member in your family. One of those three things. I don't know if I was allowed to guess three things, but that's what I'm guessing. He got to. Oh, come on, Eunice. We're trying to keep it positive. Oh, that's yeah. Maybe that's more relevant. He got funded. That's true. Oh, okay, Janice. Now we're cooking. I start impulse trading when I'm logged in for too long. I've been doing good watching your stream and logging in to catch a quick trade. And impulse trading when I'm logged in for too long. Yeah, careful with the impulse trading. Long 450, okay. Oh, no. All right, now you're looking for basically a double bottom. I finally bought a 50K eval using code Clay. Well, thank you. I thought you'd done that before, but maybe I was mistaken. I could have sworn you've done that before. But either way, I appreciate it. Thank you. You fed some hungry kids. I'll let them know that when they're eating that nice juicy chicken nugget to thank Guitar Guy. All right, I'm starting to lean more towards with Hoover now. Maybe thinking of a long down around this area. But I don't want to overstep things. Five-minute is looking pretty nice with these long lower shadows. But at the same time, all right, I'm going to get rid of this trend line here. Or do I wait on that for a short? Hey, good morning, Muhammad. Thank you, Eunice. I agree. Click that like. The 200 on the 5 is above us. That is true. That is true. What Neil's talking about right here. Popping back up. Will this area of support now be resistance? That'll be a kind of a key question right now. We'll have to see. Hey, Tom G, good morning. Potentially a stupid trade, but I'm going to try a short down there if this wants to come back down. All right, never mind on that one. If this wants to pop, okay, there we go. Pop up some more. Hit that green line, which is the 21. There we go. Okay, short there. If it comes back down, let's see if it wants to get rejected off this area. I could be getting short right here. I don't think that's a crazy trade plan, but I want a little bit more confirmation that this area here actually wants to be a resistance. Nice job, Nathan. Okay, I'm in. Threw out a couple of targets there. And very simple premise. Let's see if this thing can work its way down. I could be taking the scalpy scalp. Whoa. What am I missing there? How? Okay. I think I'm losing track of something. When I looked at the P&L, the numbers were a lot bigger than what. So I got filled there. Where's my entry? My entry was like right here. 85. Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess over here is a little bit wide. I didn't realize I was risking that many points. It didn't seem like it had gone that much in my favor. I would have been okay. So yes, in hindsight, I should have just lightened the load. I shouldn't have gotten all out, but I kind of caught myself off guard. Yeah, so I'm probably going a little bit bigger position size than what I need to. This is still some very quality movement. So yeah, okay, yeah. I lost track of some things on that one. Clay, you haven't answered though. Well, I'm sorry, Emmy. I'm trying to do a million things at once. I don't know, Emmy. I don't know. And I say this nor do I care. I'm day trading futures. Why would you ever want to day trade NVIDIA? The amount of capital you need to even make an NVIDIA worthwhile is crazy. Well, you can do NVIDIA options. Day trading options is a terrible idea, mathematically provable. Okay. I'm going to try a short here. I'm going to put so this will be a breakdown or get out. Meaning it's either going to break down through this trend line or it's not, and I want out. Yeah, okay, so even right now, that's what I mean. 67, my stop would be up here. I mean, we're almost at 20 points. Looking at the chart, like, that's not that big of a distance, but... Well, I'm in now, so it is what it is. There we go. So either a breakdown or get out. So I'll give this thing a little room, but I'm trying to see if it wants to find some more momentum down through the trend line here. Just made a video. How do you clear all lines? I'll clear all. I don't know. I think there's if you double, like, okay, maybe this. Click on that and then remove all would be my guess. All right, well, getting close to getting stopped out here. We'll see. Trying to give it a chance. But as of now, not looking like the breakdown wanted to give me any sort of follow through. And I am close to getting stopped out. Not quite. Why do you like Space Jam? Why do you like the 1 minute and not the 2 minute? I promise I'm answering your question via asking you this question. Hey, Rob N. Good to see you. Okay, there we go. Came back down. Still has not broken the low of this candle right here, so I'm not going to get too excited about it. But if it can clear down through 463, then I think we got a chance for this thing to at least go down there and retest the lows. All right, come on, break this. I want the bulls to start waving the white flag, but they're not doing it yet. And I'm short. Blue line is my entry. Again, I'm not looking for a scalpy scalp on this one. I'm trying to trust that this trend line break will create some more downside pressure. First target down there at that green line. But as of now, it's not really wanting to let go. Trying to give it a chance. Trying to be patient. And it stopped out there. All right, well. You got me there. We'll watch again at the 21. 21 now has 2 rejections in a row. You can see right there, rejected the price. Right there, rejected the price. So, I don't know. Do we get another one right there? That's what I'm wondering, but let's see if it wants to get up there. Okay, there we go. Got it. See if it wants to come down now. If it comes down to that red line, maybe that'll be the sign that this momentum finally wants to take back over. Space Jam. Dude, I can't do this, man. If you're going to ask questions and then just disappear, it's kind of disrespectful to everybody's time. I already answered that. So it's almost as if you're typing questions and then you just disappear. With all due respect, there are other people here. So I'm definitely not answering that again, brother. I already answered that. I'm not going to do it again and take away from other people's time again, right? Please. It is not efficient to ask a question and then just literally he just disappeared because I answered it as soon as it popped up. It's kind of sketchy when you stop and think about it from the reference point of respecting other people's time, not to mention the live streamer's time. But I did answer it for you by asking you a question. So if you scroll back in the live stream, Space Jam, you'll be able to find it. All right, well, at this point, that stop is feeling good. I'm glad I did stop out. Nothing more annoying than, getting stopped out and then having the price. Had it done that, that would have been irritating. But these are the stops that now I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. You're long at 497. And where's your stop at, Hoover? Congrats so far. Looking not too bad at all. But where's your stop at? Still will be interested in another potential short up around VWAP, especially check out the 5-minute now. Now we have on the 5-minute, we have the 21 EMA, not the same exact level, but they're definitely in the same neighborhood as one another. So I could see this general area right there via the 5-minute being an area of resistance. So I'm watching that very, very closely. 491. All right, good job, Hoover. All right, it's approaching that area. And I'm going to wait for confirmation, see if it actually wants to get rejected off of the VWAP before I hop in. Got 4 left. Oh, you must be long? I must have missed it, Brian. Oh, you did. Okay, in 10 at 464. Nice job, Brian. Good job. Amen. Entry 5-point candle. Good job, Amen. I appreciate you giving the trade plan ahead of time. Nothing but respect to all you willing to have enough courage to throw out a defined trade plan. Okay, there we go. It's right there. We're right there on the 5-minute. Okay, I'm in. Going to try to trust this here. Put out a couple targets there just in case it snaps down. But yeah, let's see. Will it get rejected here at the VWAP? Okay, got that one out. That's good. Okay, put in a stop in green territory because I want to make sure this is at minimum a winning trade. Come on, keep coming down. No, wrong way. Whoa, uh-oh. That was scary. There, you guys see that? Do you see how it went up through my stop, yet I was still in the trade? Or I think that's what I saw. Give me a 5 if you saw that. Again, I saw the price go up through that green line, which was my stop, yet I was still in the trade. I think that's what happened. Did anybody else see that? Give me a 5 if you also saw that. Like, I'm not seeing... Okay, thank you. See, this is where the live stream is awesome. Because I'm like, sometimes futures will make you quite like, wait, did I just see that happen? So good to know that I'm not crazy. Unless all of you got together and like, no, let's gaslight them. Let's tell them that happened when it didn't actually happen. Okay, here we go. Next area of potential interest on the short side, up around the pink line and the purple line. And Brian, I hope you are still in, at least some of your position. Brian had 10 down here at 64, and he called it in real time, so we know he's not playing any games. But I'm a little worried now to take a trade because that has me thinking, is there a glitch going on? 2 left. Good job, Brian. Let me do a little test. Sell. Uh-oh. Look at that. I click sell. Nothing's showing up. Nothing is showing up. Or at least I think I click sell. Did I? Let's try again. Oh, I totally... Uh-oh. Okay, exit. Exit. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm glad I did it way up here. All right, yeah, there is a glitch right now. Exit, exit. I have no idea to even see if the... Okay, there we go. Canceled, I think. Okay, canceled. I think... Oh, that's scary. I don't know if my orders are out there or not. Yeah, we're aware of the trade of eight. Oh, brother. All right, okay, let's go way up here. Sell. Okay, that one showed up. Okay, I think we're back. But yeah, it is definitely a little glitchy right now. Buy. Okay, that one did show up. Okay, all right. Okay, but there is certainly a glitch right there. Huge lag with NinjaTrader just now. Okay, yeah, see? So it's not a Tradovate issue, it's that data source. CNQ, or what is it? I can never remember the letters. What is it? It is CQG. So I don't know. Anybody using TradingView? I guess are people that are using TradingView? Or I would assume you're seeing the same issue out there too, or no? Hey, do we got 7 more likes? Let's try to get this up to 100 likes. That's a good spot. That's a good milestone. All right, we are right at the level. I am interested in potentially shorts, but with the glitch going on right now, I'm kind of nervous to throw something out there. Two or 525 long. All right, so you're waiting for a pullback, Tom G. Where's your stop going to be? I'm no longer in Trader View, but it was when I traded on it. Gotcha. 556. Oh, that must be your target. Yeah. So that's your target, Tom G. Where's your stop at? Yeah, no, I got that, Anthony. Thanks. That's what did let me know that my orders up here that were there, not there ultimately did cancel. I saw it up there say eventually, but yeah. Wow. Okay, well, 5 minute. I don't know if... What time is it? I don't think there is... No, this isn't really a news-like move. This is just a slow and steady grind. So again, here's the 5 minute, and that's what it's looking like on the 2 minute. Slow and steady, but wow. So at this point, I mean, I'm tempted to maybe try to short up around there, but goodness, that seems like stepping in front of a freight train. But to go long right now, that seems like you're totally chasing the price. Oh, the jokes. I love it. I love it when you as a chat conspire against me. You bring it up to 99 likes. I ask for 100. That nice, juicy triple digits. And then you're like, let's stop at 99. Let's rage bait them. Could one of you break away from the rebels? Thank you. Whoever just hit it, you broke away from the rebels. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, JJ. Thank you. Oh, Ulrich. All right, we got a couple people. 107. There we go. Oh, I totally forgot. Totally forgot about the 2000. Okay, we are well beyond when I want to talk about it, but I know several people asked, where did you get the 2000? Well, just to see that there's no hindsight, there's no games going on, and yeah, full disclosure, it turns out to be a nice little plug for my private community if anybody's interested. But right here, I do offer a private community. And that right there was alerted right here. You can see 925. So before the market opened, MNQ 2-minute yellow upside breakpoint. So I was watching that yellow line right there. It was alerted to the community right there. And then if we go back to the start right there of the day, there's where that line was broken. I actually anticipated a little bit more, and I bought like somewhere down around here. And then this was a very nice move. But either way, for any of you here that are part of the private community, then anybody took that break right there, congratulations, because, yeah, it broke and it got moving. So, yes, that is where the $2,000 came from on NQ, that trade right there. Mapped it out ahead of time for members. And for any members that agreed with it and took part of it, congratulations. We got paid. It broke and it went. So I like those sorts of breakouts. So now, if anybody asks, I can tell them to scroll back about at the hour 20-minute mark is when I basically talked about that. So if anybody else from here on out says, hey, Clay, where'd the 2,000 come from? Just say scroll back to the hour 20-minute mark. Yeah, this thing just continuing to grind. I guess I could... guess I could try there, just try to catch a top, which can be... even that's over... All right, well... But I'm going to try. I'm going to try to catch the top. Got plenty of green on the day, so... If I have to take a couple paper cuts, so be it. But sometimes catching those tops can be oh so juicy. But yeah, dangerous trade because I am definitely going against something that's going up and up and up and up. But when you look down here, I got plenty of green on the day. So if I'm wrong on it, I'll be okay. Okay, so Call is just sending himself in a timeout for... We'll give him 10 minutes. We'll give him 10 minutes. Okay, no longer. If this one wants to pop back up, I'll try again, but I don't like that short anymore. Yes, this one right here is undisciplined shorts, their accounts are roasted. Disciplined shorts have probably taken, I don't know. Well, it has pulled back, so it depends. Scalpy scalps have been available, but any shorts that are looking for a bigger rollover, yeah, they have gotten their hopes up a couple times, only then to be, well, I guess I should have kept it there, huh, brothers and sisters? Now to buy the pullback, that's the question. If you were around last week, buying pullbacks in this sort of environment roasted me twice. Again, what kind of environment? The overall trend is still down. Yes, I get it, and I agree. I mean, this trend right now is up, but I've done that both Thursday and Friday of last week. Clay, this is the recency effect. This is a new isolated situation. That is true, but I am willing to admit that right now I am letting the recency effect eat my lunch. I am not going to buy pullbacks here, and I'm certainly not going to build any pullbacks because the overall trend is indeed still down. Yes, this is a nice uptrend within the overall downtrend, but again, for those of you that were here on Thursday and Friday, you know exactly what I'm talking about right now. So I hope you can, again, I understand recency effect and all that stuff. I don't care though. I am allowing the recency effect to eat my lunch. So if we get a good learning lesson though, it'll bounce nicely off here and I'll be able to say, see the recency effect, just because it happened on those other trades doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen again. But I'm a bitter, bitter man. I'm a bitter, bitter trader when it comes to that sort of situation right now. And I'm not going to lie to myself or lie to you that I'm not. But yes, I do hope it bounces just to illustrate the power of the recency effect and how you got to be able to just isolate your brain off. Great. Now I got my own mods rage baiting me. Should have taken. Well, no kidding. I should have. All right. I really should be getting long right now. I can put a stop right there, very minimal, and I will. I can keep this one controlled. I'm not going to build, so let's do this. I'm going to buy. My stop is right there. Either it's bouncing or I'm getting out. But step one is it's got to go up to that green line and fill me. Man, that's okay. Yeah, 9 point. Okay, yeah, risking 9 points. I can risk 9 points. Let's go, fools. Let's go, fools. All right, never mind. Now my risk would be too big. Okay, there we go. That stopped me out of your long. Good. How much, Brian, dude, you crushed that one. How much did you make on that? That had been what, at least $500 trade? If you had 10 down at the bottom? I'm guessing $532. How much did you make, Brian? That's my guess. $583. Oh, I was close. Nice job. Nice job. Way to let the thing ride for you. Good job, Brian. Way to not be a Jim, right? That move, I don't know. That was like 480. So that was basically a 100-point move. Jim would have gotten 3 points from it. Okay, here we go. Is this another area where to potentially buy the pullback? Maybe. But I'm going to wait for confirmation. I'm not going to let the recency effect eat my lunch. I'm just going to be disciplined. So if this thing comes down, hits here, and then starts to bounce back up, I'll look for a short. Nice job, Brian. I know, poor Jim. I should be nice to him. He is a scumbag, but he's my little beautiful scumbag. Don't tell him I said that, though. I don't think he's here right now. If he shows back up, just be like, man, Clay was calling you all sorts of names again. Don't tell him he's my little beautiful scumbag, though. Okay, Kyle? He doesn't need to know that part. Man. Right off of the VWAP. Ugly. Thank you, Kyle. Attaboy. Anthony, by the way, if Anthony's still here, I don't think you were ever here on Friday. Are you all right? Everything good? Or did you eventually show up? I did blow up 50K going long at the top of the morning move. Up around here you went long? Hey, Mike. Ed. I did too. Ed, you blew up an account too at the top, or? Yes, I did, with too big of a position. Gotcha. Yeah, that was, again, at that point, it seemed so obvious. To be fair, I did also alert the rising wedge, so that's why I kind of started to lose my bullishness up around this area. In my mind, I was starting to see a rising wedge, and I guess the rising wedge ultimately did work out really well. Any signals? Beniti, what do you mean by any signals? Are you going around the internet looking for people to just tell you when to buy and sell? Well, I realize I suppose it's none of my business where you were on Friday, Anthony. I'll just say hopefully everything's going okay, and maybe it was just a work thing, but you're back. That's what matters. Angie blew 25K, but did fairly on her 50K. So she still got the 50. Well, how come Angie's never been back? Is operating 2 accounts too much for you, Angie? Or Janice? Angie? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax, everybody. Relax. All right, here we go. Is this thing really going to confirm my recent? Is this going to just dump all over the longs again? Basically, 3rd day in a row where it does something like this? This is wild. Yeah. And I can't be totally shocked. It is this big old bounce did happen in an overall downwards environment. So for the overall downwards environment to take back over control should not be a shocking thing. And that's exactly, wow. Well, had doc appointment in New York City, claim or anything. Okay. So obviously somebody that's never, I guess I've never even been in the state of New York. But like, when you say such and such thing in New York City, because of the traffic, because of all that sort of stuff, does that really turn it into kind of like an all-day thing? So for example, I need to go get my teeth cleaned in New York City. So teeth cleaning here means, okay, you drive a little bit, you go for the appointment, and then you're back, and I don't know, you block off maybe 2 hours of your schedule, something like that. But for that same exact, I need to get my teeth cleaning in New York City, is that just like a whole day thing? because of traffic, etc., etc. I really thought with the reopen we were just going to grind up all day. Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, for me, Brian, it was just the rising wedge had me a little worried, but I can see where you're coming from. Yes, I live 30 minutes outside of Manhattan, but it's an all-day affair. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if I get it. There's always trade-offs. Everything is at your fingertips, I'm sure, where Anthony lives. But yeah, I don't know. That's wild. Some people love it, though. So some people love the hustle and bustle. I'm not one of those people. All right, Carlos, have a good one. Okay, nice little recovery here. Maybe this thing is going to try to be strong. So I'm interested in potentially a long background here. We'll see how this candle closes. And if this candle closes up here and the next one starts to come back down here, I'd be interested in a long down around there. But like I said, let's just see how this candle ultimately closes. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, Carlos. See you tomorrow then. Okay, this candle's got about another 20 seconds before it's done moving around. Hey, Tony Gold. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's why I wanted for the candle to close. Yeah, this candle here is a little bit more sketchy than what I wanted. I used to have an apartment in Week New Jersey, and I took the Lincoln Tunnel in to work every day to work. That's how much of your life was spent in traffic, Brian? Like per day, and then multiply it by 5, unless you work 6 days a week, or I guess even more. But not your cup of tea, yeah. My parents did a bus tour like a month ago. They're like, we're not driving, but like there's some bus tour, and that the older folk like to take. They said they'd never been there. They said it's a really cool city. They said there's so much you can do there, so much to see. But yeah, live there. They're like, no way. That's crazy. If you want to see hustle and bustle, visit the Philippines. Have you ever been in New York City, Janice? If so, which one would you say has more hustle and bustle? Oh, there's Angie. Hello, Angie. Glad to see you back. Wait, no, I'm sorry. That's not you. Angie actually has a picture. I'm sorry, Angica. I have you confused with somebody else. Sorry about that. He's still in traffic. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's right, Angelica. You on the last Wednesday, I think Wednesday, when I showed up late, and I did that later day one. Okay, yes, that's right. And you're in, I can't remember. I know you're in Europe somewhere. I don't remember where though. Okay, what's gold up to right now, actually? Well, I know the gold bugs here. You'll let me know if something worthwhile is going on. Sweden. Okay, that's right. Yeah. For all of you that are trading gold a little or watching it more than I do, let me know. As you know, I'm not opposed to trading it, but I'm kind of defaulting right now. Not a whole lot going on with gold. I only stayed Monday through Friday. My home isn't under. I would wake up at 1 a.m. Monday. Oh, that is wild. That is wild schedule, Brian. Yeah, that is like unsustainable. I would assume you were. I would assume you were not married at that point too. Prior to COVID 2020, walking in required skills. What do you mean by skills? Like what kind of skills did it require? Yeah, I was gonna say I would have been shocked if you would have been married. I've been to New York. I've been to NY, Philly. Controlled chaos in Philippines is out of. Okay. So that's the difference. So you would say the Philippines, while smaller per se, it's just chaos because lines and signs mean nothing. Interesting. Why is that the case? Because the police don't enforce it, or what? Like, how does a country get to a point where like signs and lines mean nothing? I guess I assume that the law enforcement just doesn't enforce anything. Maybe mob rules. Like, if we all just disregard these lines and signs, then the police are just going to give up because they're never going to be able to keep up with it all. Is that kind of... But that would make sense. Controlled chaos versus just chaos. You were saying New York and Philly is controlled chaos, whereas the Philippines is just chaos. That distinction makes good sense. Okay, we are at this level here. I don't know. I'm thinking of a long here. See if this pushes, but am I chasing? That seems like it could be a chase. No police. Most police are even foot protected. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. All right. This might be a dented trade here, but I'm going to give it a try. So I'm long. Let's see if we can get the push up through the pink line here. But I might be a dent right now. Come on, push. Push. Like a little bit more of a push before I take my first one off. So that is where I will look to take my first one off. Push, brother. Push, brother. Oh, you dirty rat. Okay, I got filled. That totally hit me. Why is that number? Okay. What? Okay, once again, I need all your feedback. I could have sworn that the high of that candle was up through that line, and my order was still sitting there. Did you see that too, or is that just me? Again, I could have sworn that the high of this candle actually went up through. Oh, you did not see that? Not sure it went up. Okay, maybe not. I guess if one of you want to scroll back, I could have sworn it did, but maybe I will say that as soon as I want to get out, everything did shut down. So maybe that was just my math. Okay, Raymond saw it. Good, Mike. I saw it. Okay, Raymond. Yeah, I could have sworn it went up through that. Well, either way, I'm glad Well, I suppose in hindsight that was a good thing because it caused me to get out and not. Well, that's stupid. All right, thanks, Sokol. All right, well. Either way, that was a nasty move. Nasty move. Acted like it wanted to keep curling up, and then you got this move, which you got to think probably knocking out quite a few longs. So now is the market also going to come up and then do it? If so, that's one of those movements where the longs are totally going to be like, the market is out to put me on tilt. The market is oh, no, don't do that to the longs. No. Don't do that to the longs. Don't even think about it. If you were along and you played that for the breakout and then you got stopped out because you're being disciplined on this apparent flush here, you're probably maybe go for a walk. Maybe go for a walk. Because that's, especially if this thing goes green, then definitely go for a walk because you're probably on tilt alert. I like short sand. Okay, well, you let us know where you're going to get short and where your stop's at. Then we can see more so what you see. Because the obvious question to that is of I liking shorts is, okay, fair, but where do you like the shorts? So that's where your entry point comes into play and is helpful. And then where would you concede being wrong? And then that's where your stop loss would help us all see what you see. Uh-oh. It's good. Don't do it. Don't do it to the longs. San, where you at? Where you at, San? Where's your short at? Okay, stop loss above. Well, you got to give us actual numbers. I thought you were going to take this trade. But like when you enter in a trade to your broker, you don't get to put in like a 10-point range. Like your broker needs, your platform needs an actual number. Come on, San. You're trying to lawyer it up. We need numbers, not ranges. It's hard to track a range. I just got in long. 542. Stop. All right, Sokol. I like it, Sokol. Given his trade plan ahead of time, and right now, looking like he chose wisely. Okay, Sokol, I like it. Where's your target, you said? 558. Oh, almost. Okay, Sokol, let's go. So, all right, basically that yellow line is Sokol's target. He's about to get his target. All right, 57, 57. There it is, 58. Great job, Sokol. That is the power. That is why calling out trade plans in real time is so much better. As opposed to Sokol now all of a sudden saying, hey, I got long right here. I'm taking my profit right there. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe you did. But this is also the internet where like people just say stuff. But I mean, he flat out called it out before that move happened. So Sokol, well done, sir. Well done. Good trade. Congrats. $54.5 from all-time highs. Gotcha. All right, Dan. Good to see you. So, San got wrecked. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're just exaggerating. You didn't you're not wrecked like your account's gone wrecked. Just a losing trade wrecked. Mark. But here are 2586. Sorry, Mark. I'm not quite sure. Oh, buy. I'm sorry. Buy here at 586. Okay, and then where's your stop? Where's your stop going to be at? 586. So, all right, so you're waiting for this thing to come all the way up here. I'm still in, but stop loss is at 575. Interesting stop. I would have put my stop above those highs right there, but, I mean, you're basically putting them right at... Okay. I guess everybody's different. I'm not sure that stop loss makes sense in my mind, but okay. Everybody's got to do what they think makes sense to them. A lot of liquidity at 587. Yeah, we're definitely different traders there, Mark. I mean, your stop was you're getting in at... Where did you say you're going to buy? You're buying at 586. Your stop is at 522. So, yeah, I mean, we're talking like 60-point stop, which I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you're probably more of what I would call a sway trader, where you're a combination of a swing trader and a day trader. We're like, yeah, I'm a day trader, but if I have to hold for 4 hours, I'll hold for 4 hours. Again, that's not wrong. That's just not my style. It's coming back down for you. Well, now it's heading back up. You spoke too soon, San. You're in at 563, okay? And now where's your stop at, Mark? Like down at 2,500? Or 25,500? Key battleground for you for the long is going to be right up here. Not necessarily the overnight high. That will play a role, but you also have this area here where last time I got up, it did break through the overnight high, but then it turned out to be a fake break. 526. Okay, yeah, we're a little bit different traders. 526 down here. Oh, yeah. So Mark is like, I'm ready. If I have to hold for the next 3 hours, I'll hold for the next 3 hours. But as right now, looking like a good long entry for Mark. And then San is looking, he's still got a little bit of room before he stopped out, but it's looking a little sketchy for him. But he's trying to hang in there. All right, I'm considering a short if it wants to pop up and then starts to come back. So let's do this actually. If it wants to go hit that yellow line and then come back down, I guess I could kind of do it already. Yeah, it's close enough. Let's see what happens. Again, looking for a potential, see if this is a double top or something. Only want to get short, though, if it comes back down to the red line. So if it pops up through the green line, well, then this trade plan, I'll have to go back to the drawing board. And, yep, all right. Back to the drawing board I go. Suppose I could still try it with just 2 now. So now I have just a position size of 2 because the trade plan is kind of maneuvered around a little bit where I want to still manage my risk. So I'm doing that now through position size instead. Again, looking for like a double top here. So red line is my entry. If it gets down there, if I do get filled, it'll turn blue. There we go, I'm in. First target right there. So very basic premise. Either this is going to get rejected, some kind of double topish type thing, or I'm wrong and I'll take my loss and move on. And first target is that green line right there. And then my stop is up here. So yes, I realize I just had an opportunity at a scalpy scalp, but like I said, I'm looking for more than a scalpy scalp on this one. I've had a couple where I wanted the scalpy, or, I could have had the scalpy scalp, I didn't, and then I ended up taking losing trades. But to be fair, I've also had some that worked out very nicely, not waiting for the scalpy scalp, but yeah, very basic premise here. Like I said, I know. Clay, you're already in green. You could have had the scalpy scalp. I know, you're right. So we'll see if that was the bad decision or not, to not take the scalpy scalp. Hindsight will be our judge. Again, I'm back. Well, I was in the green for a moment there. Hit your stop. Well, I might be wrong here too, San. We'll see. My loss will be a little bit smaller than yours. Does this double top or doesn't it? We shall see. Target price at 580. Come on down. Come on. Just let loose. Let loose. It does not want to let loose. Are you in right now, Dan? I'm right. I just got in too early. Well, I don't know if you're right or not. I'm not quite sure if I'm right. I could see this not being a double top. I hope you're right, though. I hope you're right that I'm right. But I'm not willing to just say it so boldly that I'm right. I hope that I'm right. I think that I have a chance of being right, but I don't know if I am right. Hindsight's going to have to be my judge. Because as of right now, there is no rejection. It's holding up pretty nicely up here, but just trying to be patient. My kids are practicing the tin whistle, so I got some like tin whistle music in the background. That's I've stopped out. Okay, that one did not work. No double top, so be it. Longs, congrats. This thing just keeps grinding, higher and higher. So yeah, congrats to you longs out there. In hindsight, should have just done the scalpy scalp, but that's all hindsight. So it is what it is. Again, San, I say this as from one trader to another. You might want to check your ego right now with your comment. I'm right. I just got in too early. I should have waited to get in where you got in. Well, with all due respect, my friend, that was even wrong. So that's why I say careful. I don't know. Your confidence may have transitioned. We have to be confident as traders. Don't get me wrong. You've got to be confident, but you've always got to be on guard on whether or not your confidence has transitioned into kind of cockiness. So you might be skirting that line, San, based on your comments here. It's going to do that thing where it stops us out and then drops. Watch. Well, then get back in, San. Get back in, brother. Hey, John, good to see you. Slow and steady. These movements can be kind of annoying at times. Hey, good morning, Relax Ardu. Because I'm a dent, I'm going to try to catch this again. I'm not quite sure I'm convinced. This is actually, okay, that makes it more convincing. I was going to say, this was kind of a significant area, and it really wasn't doing much. And then, as I was saying that, it just actually popped back up there pretty quick. Hey, Clay P. Good to see you. Hi, Clay. How are you? Well, hey, Pat. I'm glad you're enjoying. That's great to hear. Feeling too tired to trade today. It's going to affect my... Yeah, well, John, I would call that a responsible decision. If you're too tired to trade, then definitely don't trade. All right. Because I'm being a dent, I'm going to try to catch this top again. Red line is my entry. If it comes down... I never get tired. Cool story. That's great. I want to be like you when I grow up. Okay. When this candle closes, I'm going to cancel that out. Okay, back to the drawing board. Let's see what else I can find. I guess the play right now is just get long. This one no longer believes in going down, I guess. Yeah, 5 minute now, kind of in, so the 5 minute here, we have cleared through all this other congestion. Cleared back above the VWAP, cleared back above the 21 EMA, cleared back above the purple line there, the 50 SMA, cleared back above the overnight high, that pink line. So yes, cleared back above this area of resistance right here, which the previous couple times, both there and there, rejected the price. So yeah, we're kind of in, no man's land in the sense of, I guess, where it could be a potentially next area of resistance. Maybe right around here. 615. So yeah, if you're long, I hope you're just letting it work for you. Now shorting. Okay, where did you get your short at, Mark? And where's your stop? Where's your short at? You said now shorting. Yeah, where'd you go short at? And where's your stop? Don't turn into some armchair quarterbacker, Mark. Keep up with the numbers. $5.96 you got filled. Okay, and where's your stop at? I'm guessing like 40 points away. Stop 622. Okay, yeah. 26 points away. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not going to join you on that short because we definitely trade very differently, Mark. I'm not willing to risk 26 points. I got long when you said get long. That was worth $30. I got long when you said get long. This thing is just grinding away. I just didn't believe in going along with all those. Yeah. Oh, got cooked for it. Eesh. Yeah. This is one where I'm glad I stopped out where I did. You know, there's nothing worse than when you get stopped out and then it goes in your favor. So this last trade that I took a stop loss on feels amazing because I can now play the game. Had I not gotten stopped, had I not been disciplined, I'd be getting cooked. So I'm glad I'm not getting cooked. So that stop loss feels really good. I wish they all felt that way. DCA now 604. Okay, so now Mark is just making it up as he goes. Gotcha. Okay, Mark. Didn't recognize the name. Learning about him, but that's the benefit of people giving actual numbers. So Mark is just making things up as he goes. Noted. Going higher with less volume. Well, I realize we will see. There's nothing to see. Like, you're making it up as you go. Okay, again, none of that is relevant to you are making it up as it goes. So yes, I agree. We will see if your plan that you've made up as things have gone works out or not. I'm not refuting that. I'm just saying you're clearly making it up as you go. Okay, looking for a potential short here. I am short. I'll look to add a couple more because I have a clean cut stop now. This over here, the gray area over here. If that's what you're asking about, that is volume profile. Yeah, that's volume profile. How did that not get filled? All right. Goodness, that's why I can't stand about glitches. Now I don't know, is that a glitch or is that just me being too slow? I guess that was me being too slow on that attempted get up. All right, yeah. Now I'm getting a little irritated, but I know the glitches exist. Again, to be fair, maybe I was just a little too slow on that initial profit target, but I didn't know if that was even maybe a glitch, so that's why I hopped out. Just in case it was, I don't want to be stuck out there. Hey, Clay, as a poker player, it would be cool if brokers made tournament-style trading competition. I mean, that's not really trading at that point. That's a twist on trading, but I don't. That's not really trading because you're approaching things in a way different way. So it is a different type of trading. I'll put it that way. So I guess, but I mean, I wouldn't be interested in that. Now, if you're trying to do that sort of trading with quote unquote normal trading, then I think that would be a terrible idea. Because what you're proposing there is a whole different type, which is not going to trend, because that type is going to be higher risk, more YOLOing, more getting extra aggressive, etc., etc. Which again, within that category, I can see it making sense. But that category being done at the same time with more traditional, like trading, that's not something I would be interested in. I think the two types would bleed over. Yeah, I like the volume profile. Okay, maybe another short here. We'll see how it behaves up around there. The brokers would win big in that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of my trading. I would not be interested in anything like that. I'm not saying if people are capable, that's fine. But for me, no, that'd be a terrible idea. Because at that point, you have a completely gamblified trading at that moment. All right, maybe. You know what's crazy is that yellow line. I had that mapped out there for a while, didn't I? And it didn't hit it exactly, but boy, oh boy, it got really close to that yellow line, what I had mapped out there. The power of charts. Good stuff. Has told the story. Yeah, I get maybe. I will say this. I think some people put too much stock in a volume profile and they think they like simplified trading so much down based on the nodes and this and that. And it's like, it's kind of like the ORB, the orb strategy. Like it's a good baseline. It's a good foundation to build from. But for any of you that use the ORB strategy, again, I wish I could say that trade. So for example, the 15-minute orb, right? I really wish trading was as easy as, hey, just let 15 minutes go by, find your high, find your low, and then at that point, if it goes up, you buy. If it goes down, you short. And there you go. There's your consistent strat. I really wish trading were that easy. Now, I'm not saying trading needs to be rocket science, but it does need to be a little bit more in-depth than that. Now, if you're using the 50-minute orb and then you're starting to factor in other things and you're just using it as a kind of foundational, as a framework, that's very different. But like, it will take more than that. Same with the volume profile. Some people, I think, apply it to that, and it's like, no, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Dan. I'm just saying in general. Hey, Chan. And that's, again, another example of why trading is hard. Trading does not need to be rocket science, but it also does need to be a little bit more in-depth than like the orb, right? Well, just wait 15 minutes, find the high, find the low, and then you buy in the break of the high, or you're short in the break. It's like, no, it needs to be a little bit more than that. If that's all trading was, I assure you there'd be more profitable people out there. Okay, I'm short. Got the tinfoil or tin whistle music in the background. Wasn't your stop a glitch stop? Divine intervention? I don't know. I don't know on that one, Brian. Got initial target down at that green line right there. Hey, Burger, good to see you. All right, stopping out of that one. Leo, new here. Love the videos. Thanks, Leo. I guess it's a just go long kind of day. Or kind of afternoon, I should say. Heading for high day. I mean, at this point, I think the white line, which FY is the high of the day, seems within the realm of possibilities. Owen shout all the way from South. Cool. That's what's so crazy about the live streams. We have somebody in here from South Africa. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, the 5 minute is bonkers. Look at this thing. Straight. It don't care. Upper shadow candles. It don't care. It don't care. We're going up today. It is just slapping some of my favorite candles right in the face. Most recent slappage right there. Just, no, we don't care. Okay, fine. Then I'll just have to stop out and live to fight another day. William. Spies at high day. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. ES is just... Look at the ES 5 minute. Look at that thing. Wild. Hey, Chino. Good to see ya. Doing pretty well. Hopefully you're doing the same. Good to see ya. I'm seeing a lot of red on level 2. Not sure what you mean by that. What's your 2K profit on? If you go back to the, what did we say that was? Hour and 20 minute mark, Nated. You'll see that. Where could it be headed? I have no idea. I guess up. Yeah, this is not level 2. That's called the depth of market, but I still don't really know what you mean by you're seeing lots of red. Just one of those days where you finally go long and it just plummets. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking with as I try to go short a couple times. Again, there's macro risk, there's macro risk management, and then there's micro. Micro risk, yeah, I'm getting, I keep getting punched in the face, but like I do also understand from the macro standpoint, I'm still plenty green on this account, right? This is all the same account. So yes, I keep trying to catch tops and it's not working, and I'm taking some paper cuts, but these paper cuts are in no way, shape, or form threatening to put me down, red on the day. But I'm willing to take it. And again, also there is the element of this is a live stream, so I'm trying to make trades for the live stream too. So are these all like that one, these ones right here, I'll take those. Like that's just any day. Like they didn't work out, but those are some nice looking situations where the market just did not care. But yes, I agree. What put me on topic is you got to think at one of these moments there's going to be a nasty pullback. And all it takes is catching one of those, and all these small paper cuts can pay for themselves. But would I continually be taking all these paper cuts or being doing what I'm doing if I was like borderline barely green on the day? I would not. So there's always the macro risk management versus the micro risk management. So macro wise, I am conducting myself in a way that is gonna keep me green on the day. Didn't we already have it? I'm not sure what it is. Mr. Salty Varnish. Hey, hello. Well, Dan, this could be a massive pullback. Like, let's say it just and then goes like that. I don't know. Like, if you can catch one of those movements right there is going to pay for all the paper cuts I've had. I'm not saying a massive reversal back to lows, but surely we would agree like something like this could still happen, even if it continues up. Again, this dropping 30, 40 points, I would consider as the massive pullback. Because the massive pullback is relative to all this paper cuts that I've been having. But no, if you mean massive pullback as like, oh, so you think it's going to drop 200 points? No, that's not. I would call that a reversal. I would no longer call that a pullback. Once again, it's looking kind of tasty. The 5 minute too. Look at the 5 minute. Again, this candle's not done, but it's looking kind of tasty. If you trust in RSI, still not an overbought on 5 minute for NQ. Noted. Okay, let's see. Again, the 5 minute was looking good for that moment, but again, as I mentioned earlier, the 5 minute still has 5 minutes to move around, so it may not actually look like what it is looking like. Short, 640. 8-point stop, so 48 out of, okay, yep, the high right there. To 625. All right. Well, it's getting close here, Mr. Salty Varnish. Which software am I using to trade? What I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am in a prop firm. So if you want to do exactly what I'm doing, you would go to the link that's at the top of your screen. It'll take you to this site. Step 1, which is the prop firm, you would select the purchasing power you want. So that's layer number 1. Make sure to use code CLAY, get the 40% off. And then after that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. And the platform that I'm using and that you see is Tradovate. So 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am trading futures through a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. And then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. So that would be what software I'm using there, Luke. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, I'm going to try the short here again. The 5 minute, I think, is going to look very nice. I jumped the gun a little bit. I guess I don't know for sure how that candle is going to look, but we'll see. Put my first target down there. Stop is right there. And we'll see if this thing does indeed want to roll over some or if this thing is just going to keep grinding away. Is it cooling off? And yeah, it's been cold here in Iowa. I think just like the entire Midwest. Not as much snow. My parents got a bunch of snow in Ohio that actually stuck. But yeah, it's gotten colder here, hence the sweatshirt that I'm sporting today. All right, 5 minute, great candle. Now it's just a question of will this candle work out? If it doesn't, I'll have another paper cut. But yeah, 5 minute on this one, I'm liking what I see. Worth a try in my mind. If it doesn't work out again, I'll be okay. This will be my last attempt, though. After this, it's just like, okay, I clearly do not have a read on things, so we'll see what happens, but I'm not from Iowa. I live in Iowa. Depends on how you define from. I guess I'm from Ohio, and then I went to Missouri, so I was from Missouri, and then I went to Michigan, so I was from Michigan, and now I'm in Iowa, and I'm about to get stopped out. Yeah, this thing just don't care. I think I got stopped out already. Didn't that go up through my... I'm waiting for this trade to just shut down. That I could have sworn that, is this a glitch, or did it not actually go up through? It looks like it went through. It's glitching? Great. Oh, there it is. All right, so I am done trying to catch the knife at this point. I say that, but now I want to try a short right here. But it did just glitch too, so that's probably not very smart. Yeah, nice, Michael. Are you doing futures yet, Michael? If I remember you right, you were like right on the edge of moving to props. It's good now. I can't reject. Okay, I'm gonna try it here. Okay. Again, let's see if this was, unless it just suckered me in. Throw out a couple of targets there. I know. Clay, you had the opportunity at a scalpy scalp. I know. Maybe I'm getting overly competitive with this one. But like I said, I know where my overall account is. So if anything, let this be a lesson as to why trying to catch tops can be filled with paper cuts. Was there some positive news today? I don't know on that front. Not sure. Clay, scalpy scalp. No, I gotta just, I'm trying to let it work. Trying to let it work. Government deal likely by Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know. That might be playing something with it. Again, I am short. First target is that green line. Secondary target is right there. And I'm not touching it. If it costs me another trade, so be it. I know. I have the chance at a scalpy scalp, but I'm trying to trust in the 5 minute. So we'll see what happens. There we go. Come on. If I get that one hit, I'll move my stop to green territory. So it'll for sure at least be a green trade, but not until that first target gets hit. Come on, you rat. I mean, look at the 5 minute. 5 minute is just got like, come on, just pull back a little bit. I'm not looking for a full-blown reversal, but I mean, surely I can at least get that target. Like, goodness. This thing is definitely testing my patience. It's another glitch right now? Great. Ugh, you got to be kidding me. All right, Janice, yeah, I got to put you in timeout. What a dented comment. If me risking 5 micros is on tilt, then you have no idea what tilt is. I'll say that again. If somebody having 5 M&Qs is on tilt, then I think we have very definitions of what tilt actually is. I'm wondering if I should add in some more right here. I'm trying to trust that 5 minute, like, goodness. I am. I'm going to add in 5 more right there. So it would technically be adding to a winner. Okay, I did add. Now let's see if we can get this thing to, again, I don't need it to collapse. Just keep on coming down. There we go. There we go. Come on, hit me on that one. Calm down. Great fake move to the upside. Can I get the payoff here? Come on. I do not like how it paused here, though. All right, at this point, I got to put, that's the line in the sand. If this thing just does still not work out, then okay. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Great move there, down, and then that fast just stopped. The brakes hit. Nope. Like, this candle right here has me feeling good, but it's also like, all right, that is my line in the sand now. After this nice candle here, but if this thing just keeps on grinding up, then there is just 5 minutes still looks great, but come on. At this point, I'm going to move this down some more, move this down some more. Because if this candle can really kick in, then we should be able to get a little bit more. Like, these targets should become reasonable if it wants to let loose, but maybe it doesn't. Or it's just going to go sideways for the next 3 hours, and this is going to be the most awesome live stream ever. You don't have to cross fingers. I think some of you think like I'm on the verge of blowing up here. Like, if it doesn't work out, it's fine. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, okay? And I did just take off 5 for a profit. So I've actually mitigated. It could still be a losing trade, but it'll be very minimal because I did actually already lock in some gains. So if you didn't catch that, I added, and then I took out what I added for green. So this right here is at 59 right now. So I do actually have a little buffer. Again, if I'm wrong, this will eventually go to red, but I'm looking at a very minimal loss now at this point. I know, but okay, good, John. All right, good. I wasn't quite sure if you thought I was on the edge of like destruction. It's got to touch 5, 6, 6. Okay. No, nothing has got to happen. So Versace, I'm going to give them a timeout. Again, it's obnoxious. This is why trading can be very, me not wanting to do it. Because everybody pipes up at the peanut gallery and tells me, well, this has got to happen. No, nothing's got to happen in the market. Again, imagine you're in a trade, which is, you know, it takes mental willpower. And then people just start popping up everywhere saying, well, this has got to happen or this will happen. And it's just like, well, no. Just enjoy the ride with me. I mean, look at the 5-minute. Like, guarantees exist, right? Like, this has got to roll over some. This 5-minute is nuts. Look at all these upper shadows. Just a little bit of a pullback. That's all. That's all. How can you not do it? Blue line is my current average price. But this is a nuts chart. That 5-minute is looking so top heavy, but I don't know. Maybe I'll got to put your line in the sand somewhere. Has to go retreat to 9. No, it doesn't have to, Neil. Once again, I've already locked in some profits on this trade. So it's not a guaranteed green trade, but very minimal losing trade at this point. So just, that's why I'm willing to sit here and just see if it wants to play ball. I've already managed my position in a way where I know that even if I'm wrong at this point, minimal losing trade. But this 5-minute is so ridiculous. It's crazy. I think they're headed for, oh, wow, it basically hit my stop, and unless there's another glitch, and I don't know, but you're long at 645. Okay, well, with all due respect, Hoover, I hope that's a wrong decision. Pigs get slaughtered. Agreed, which is why I'm not being a pig, Tim. 100% agree, which is why I'm not being a pig. Are you being a pig, Tim? You do. You do, Anthony, for sure. I am a perma bull. Okay, cool. Well, good to have you, Tim. I don't recognize the name. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. Dropping some knowledge. Pigs get slaughtered. Agreed. That's why I'm not being a pig. I'm not looking to get slaughtered. Bulls turn into steaks. I don't know if I've heard that one. Three-point stop, Hoover? That seems like a very tight stop in this sort of movement. I guess I could be wrong, but I don't know. 3-point seems a little tight. Look at the 5-minute. What am I doing? Look at this thing. How have you not rolled over at all? This 5 minutes is bonkers. Like this is a goofy chart. All these upper shadows, but it refuses to budge down. I mean, this is, like I said, beautiful setup. There are no guarantees, though, but this is just wild. Literally refuses to come down even a little bit. Higher highs, higher lows, all without. Yeah, this is a funny looking chart. That it's so goofy looking. Wow. I think it's coming close. I mean, I'd like to think so too. Like, it is coming, but it's just a question of I don't know if I'm going to be able to weather the storm. Does it hit my stop before it comes? But that is a bizarre looking 5-minute. Like to the point where maybe that's like a buy signal at this, like it's so bizarre. Like, okay, maybe that's a signal that it's a buy. All right, I'm about to get stopped here. What a chart. That's funny. Like in a set, and I'm out. Wow. Now watch it dump. Oh man. That is one. I mean, that is a bizarre 5-minute chart. It's been a while since I've seen something like that. I'm watching the 5-minute. Another upper shadow is about to form. Wild. Good stuff. It is on the breakout zone. That is why not coming down. So, Aman, you're long then? I love when everybody explains why things are happening after they've already happened. Nothing more rich than that. Hindsight, armchair analysis. Good stuff. Does the P&L mean you're up? Yeah, this is the same account. So, and these are the contracts. So these are the, again, same account. That's my NQ trades on the day. Right here is my MNQ trades on this account. And then down here, I took some on gold. So that was a GC, gold trade I took. So again, same account. Those are just the different contracts that I've traded. Okay, amen. Well, we're totally two different traders. We are not anything anywhere close to one another. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I'm not looking to hold something for hours on end like you are. Yeah, I'm all for take profit trader. Yeah, and yeah, if you're looking for something else confused, as I always say, I've yet to meet anybody that uses other prop firms and then gives take profit trader a try, gets to the pro account, gets to the the payout phase, and then complains about being able to request money on a daily basis in any amount that you want. So yeah, if you are looking to expand your empire, I think take profit trader is certainly worth a try. Like the 5-minute, I almost have to take another short on it. Look at the 5-minute continuing to develop like this. Are we going to get another upper shadow? Like at some point, the chart gravity's got to kick in. And I am short. Again, Clay, you're at a scalp yourself gain. I know. But I'm being a dent, and look at this 5-minute. Look at the 5-minute, folks. What are we doing with our lives? How does this thing not pull back some more? Like, for real. There you go. Acting human a little bit. Can you at least get down to my first target this time? Come on, hit that first target just once for me. Just once. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay, I can't risk just losing my mind. So let's make sure this is a green trade. So this will be a green trade now because my stop is in front of my entry. Okay, there we go. Let's let this thing come down a little bit more. Again, will be a green trade now. Now just trying to see if this thing does want to roll back even more. Next target is down there. And let's see if this 5 minute really... So to be fair to the 5 minute, it has now given me a pullback. But I need more of a pullback if this thing's going to really be worthwhile. All right, well, out. Okay. Could drop to VWAP quick. I mean... No, wait, what? No, I'll have to disagree on that one. Well, I guess I don't know your definition of quick, but yeah, I'm not really counting this thing to drop down all the way there quick. I mean, that'd be over a 100-point move. Again, to be fair to you, Michael, I don't know how you define quick, but yeah, I would not, that would not be in my, that would be not in my list of expectations. So there we go. The 5 minute finally at least gave somewhat of a pullback there. I was positioned, had that turned into something deeper. I played it right. I was positioned properly. I had my positions, but it decided to surprise snap back up. But there we go. Okay. So now I can't sit here and be like, where is this pullback? Where is this pullback? I got it. But it did not lead to anything further, but at least I was positioned to take advantage had it led to something further. So I play that bear flag. Okay, no, timeout. I mean, this person is just, there we go. First Main is one of those people that just, I don't know, there's just, some of people some of you I'd love to meet in person because, like, you're so peculiar on here. Like, I'm like, I wonder what that person's like in person. First Main is one of those people. They're either probably one of the coolest people or they're, like, just super awkward. One of the two. I don't think there's any middle ground for people like First Main. Hey, B. Randun. Bear flag. Now, exactly. That's what I mean. He's, like, just trolling, but in, like, the most awkward of ways. That's what I mean, TM McCoy. That's why I put him on timeout. Just a complete troll. Oh, no, he's for sure a newbie. Well, either a newbie or just very awkward. Yeah, Ethan, exactly. Now another short, because we do, I think. Let me cook real quick, okay? Don't be scared, folks. Don't be scared, okay? I know some of you are a little nervous right now. I know some of you are cracking walnuts right now. Okay, come on. Come on, Tradeovate. Yeah, I'll call this a rising wedge. Rising wedge, bearish pattern. So if it were me, I'd be very scared to be going long at any point. If anything, hey, can we get 2 more likes real quick? I just noticed we're at 148. 150 is always a good milestone. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. Oh, there he is. There he is. Ashner. What does Ashner have to own up for? Somebody remind me. He showed up. He talked a big game about something, and then he was totally wrong. Does anybody remember? And we're like, okay, we have to keep an eye out for Asher. What was that about? Who remembers? He said ES was going to dump. Is that what it was? And then it went up, B. Randun? Oh, yeah. No, yes, that's right. No. He was long. And then was like, no, I'm adjusting my stop. And it got lower. And then he made all these comments. And then it kept on, like, dumping. That's what it was. It was the opposite of that, though. He thought it was going to go up, but then it dumped. Yeah, you had it backwards. That's what it was, though. Okay, Ashner, you can either fess up or I'm just going to ban you for being just a blatant troll. We all know what. Remember now. So you're going to fess up and just be like, you got to, say you got it wrong and you're a newbie or no. If not, just let me know and I'll ban you because can't put up with that. Like, No, no, I'm talking about the last time you're on the live stream, Asher. Exactly. Like Michael's saying, either man up or you're getting the ban hammer. Oh, no, no, I remember him now. He showed up all cocky, gave us a trade plan. The trade plan was wrong. And then he's like, well, no, I adjusted my stop down, blah, 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 more cockiness. And then the thing literally kept dumping on him. And then he just disappeared. And now he's finally back. Okay, yeah, we're giving him the ban. Okay, Ashner, you full well know he's your confirmed troll. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, he's just trolling around. All right. There we go. Ban. Okay, see you later. He's gone. Why do you no longer trade small? Because small cap stocks, day trading, are literally pure and utter garbage. All mathematically provable. Small cap stocks, you are risking your own money. They don't move as good as futures. And, even when they do move big, you're still making less money than compared to Pam's plant, which is day trading futures through a prop firm. Futures, because of the prop firm, you have very minimal risk. Futures, because they move awesome, move way better than small caps. What are you talking about, Clay? I just saw a small cap move 500%. I understand that, but as I've done many times before, the math still reveals that those big moves aren't actually that good. They don't make sense. Because what you'll find is you're required to use more capital, you need bigger moves, and you're still making less money. And yeah, well, I don't know what you say. I like options. If you mean your day trading options is even worse. I don't have the bankroll for futures. Well, yeah, you don't have $90, Michael Mulvey? Literally, you could do what I'm doing, Pam's plant, day trading futures through a prop firm for $90. $90 gets you 25K in purchasing power. So, yeah. Doggone it. The rising wedge doing its job. Doggone, I got distracted. If you are a longtime viewer, you've seen plenty of rising wedges work out, and here's our newest one. And here's finally a more of a pullback here. I know, Drew. I know. Well, to be fair, I did get this short. Here, I think, or here. No, I got that short. I did get that one, and then it bounced up, took me out, and then but yeah, there is still kind of someone. Hey, Judd, good to see you. I don't use the 4 hour. I'm not interested in the 4 hour, so. It's insane. Oh, via the fact how it's just going straight up like that? Yeah. Exactly, Landon. Exactly. But, I mean, yeah, to be fair to people like Michael, Michael is the reason why I'm doing the live stream, to make people aware of Pam's plant. Because here poor Michael is thinking he's got to day trade options because, well, I don't have enough money for futures. But hey, that's the whole point of this. You definitely do have enough money for futures if you have $90, because that's the power of Pam's plant, right? Power of Pam. If people not understand what I'm saying, real quick, Pam's plant is an argument on why day trading, in the category of day trading futures for these reasons through a prop firm is the best way to go about it. So for Michael, I don't have a whole lot of money. Well, hey, that's one of the great things about prop firms. Low capital required. That's why I showed him, hey, you just need that $90. So that is why Pam's plant, undefeated strategy for day trading. If you want to day trade in the most efficient way possible, the most risk-friendly way possible, Pam's plant. Day trade futures through a prop firm. And then that prop firm that I'm using is Take Profit Trader. So right there, undefeated argument. Because it's an argument based in math. And math is a tricky bugger to beat. So there you go. There you go, Michael. Go to that link at the top of the screen. Futures is where it's at. Sporting Yos. Hello. Although, Sorry, you're saying Clay like I should know. I should recognize the name. I don't recognize it. I apologize though if I should. But it's Sim. So Pixie, what does that have to do with anything? Are you saying you don't make real money, Pixie? What? I guess I don't know. I'll let them clarify. But it's a sim. So what does that have to do with the ability to make real money? Hey, see you, John. Take care. Took the ride down to the 9 and then back up. Good job, Neil. Hopefully you went all in for that ride down. That juicy, juicy ride down. All right. Did anybody play that rising wedge breakdown? If so, didn't get a full-blown reversal, but, I mean, it's still some money there. I always enjoy when people try to push back against Pam's plant, which is, I think, what Pixie's trying to do. But Pixie, maybe they're just a troll. I don't know. But somehow they think that they push back against Pam's plant by saying, but it's sim prop. I don't exactly know, but I always love a good challenge. It's always fun to see how people try to say how Pam's plant is not like in the most efficient way to go about day trading. Again, the claim is efficient. Please you do not understand the claim if you show up and say, yeah, but I'm up $1,000 on options today. I'm not claiming you can't make money day trading options. I'm claiming you're making your life harder than it needs to be. I am claiming you are trading inefficiently. With the prop firm. That's how the prop firm works. $90 gets you 25K in purchase power. What does a 25K get you? You can get up to 3, for example, NQs, 3, ESs, so 3 minis, or you can get up to 30 micros. That's what it gets you. Wow, what a recovery. Look at this 5-minute. What a goofy day. I mean, this is a bizarre chart. I mean, the fact that it did that finally made sense right there. And then that quickly, all that wiped away to new highs. Tricky afternoon. Tricky afternoon. It's very straightforward, my trading. You just buy an account. It'll be shockingly easy. You do not have to go through some big application process at all, my trading. Pam's plant is the best thing since sliced bread. Thank you, Victoria. Yeah, Jimbo. We might have to go hang out with Judd sometime at his cabin in Arizona. He's got a cool cabin set up out there. He has invited me before, but life is busy. And I'm not trying to invite myself to the cabin in Arizona, but I'm sort of inviting myself to the cabin in Arizona. Passed my 150K test today. Good job, Daniel. 7 days, fantastic. Yeah, he's showing me pictures of it. It's sweet. It is sweet. Granted, we might not necessarily it'd be fun, Judd, just to for you to guide us on I like to see an elk in the wild and to hear them. That'd be cool. Even if I don't, because I know it's super hard to get your tags and everything like that. But just trekking through the woods, hanging out, that'd be fun. I take that back. I saw some elk in Colorado. But that was one walking along the side of the road. I've never heard them hoot or holler or anything. So prop accounts do charge per month. I thought it was free after you pass a test. You thought right. That is what it is. I'm not sure what you saw or what you heard that makes you think that it's a pro account charges per month, Pixie, but that is incorrect. During the test phase, it is per month. But that is why I always say pass the test phase in 1 month. So that's your only payment. Yeah, shed hunting would be legit. And the nice thing here is from Des Moines. Des Moines got a direct flight to Phoenix. How far are you from Phoenix? Okay, watching for a potential short here, maybe a rejection off this upper trend line, which again, right there, you can see is still behaving as resistance. I'm going to get rid of that line for now. This line, I don't remember. That thing can get out of here. So let's not get, so yes, looking for a potential short here. Step one, though, I want to see it go up there and bump its head on that yellow line. Cabin is 3 hours from airport. Oh, I mean, it'd still be fun. It'd be a fun 3-hour drive, hanging out. Can I ask about your community about? Yeah, the community right here. Here is that private community. Private community. So there you go, Victoria. Just put the link in the. Oh, wow. All right. Well, it did not bump its head. It just busted its head through that area. So not exactly what I was looking for there. I wanted to see it actually reject off that area. And it definitely did not. Is your prime time? Noted. Yeah, I can't afford any trips right now. I'm broke. When you're trying to build a house, you feel broke. Because there's so many uncertainties when built. I'm learning. I've never built before. But there's so many uncertainties when building a house. You don't quite know numbers, and numbers are changing, which is fair enough. I understand, material prices are fluctuating, especially in this economy with tariffs now. No, there's no tariffs. No tariffs are illegal. So there's just so many unknown variables in my personal finances right now. I feel broke, and I behave as if I am broke because I kind of am. Because I don't know I don't know what the ultimate cost is going to be. Yeah, you'll have to definitely swing by. Yeah, would love to have you. You can stay with Jim. He'll snuggle up with you. If it's free, why does it? Okay, Pixie, be honest with me, Pixie. Are you rage baiting or what's going on here? Again, whoops. During the test phase, this is explaining the test. It's $90. After you pass the test, there are no more monthly fees. If you use code Clay, it's 40% off and then 0 activation fee. And then there's no more monthly fees. I don't know where you see that you think you have to keep paying, but that's not the case. If you do see something that makes you think, let me know. I'll email Take Profit Trader because since I have a contact there, I will let them know like, hey, you have a mistake on your website. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but yes, if you do see something that is leading you to believe that the pro accounts still have a monthly fee, then yeah, let me know. My trading, are you like a gangbanger or what? What form of payments are there? Can you pay me in crypto? Are you like breaking the law or something? All right, maybe a short here if it wants to come back down. Yeah, I kind of like this. Okay, we'll get short at the red line if it comes back down. Oh, of how you pay? I see. I thought you meant like how do you receive payment? Yeah, they can take credit card, PayPal. I think they take PayPal. Credit card for sure they take. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like when you get paid. Like what are the forms of payment? Can they pay me in like crypto? I misread that. Sorry about that. Please forgive me. It's sometimes hard to try to trade, think about my trade, manage my trade, read the chat, comprehend the chat. Okay, I do not see any links. You can always email me, clay@claytrader.com. Okay, close, close, close. I'm in. Okay, come on down now. And then it just stops. This one is, it's just been playing me like such a fiddle. Like, it refuses to even break down even a little bit. It fills me and then just stops. Just stops. It don't care. I guess just in case it all of a sudden shoots down. But this thing just is eating my lunch all live stream long from the short. I don't know. It's funny. This has been such a weird live stream because this chart is so just, I guess, strong. Like right here, it finally behaved normally, going straight back. So, well, Clay, why do you keep going? Fair question, because this is just so, like, this is just such a weird chart and everything. What time am I streaming? I stream every day starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. No, I'm not going to go on tilt. It's just more funny than anything. It's just a weird day. Not frustrating, just weird. Like one of those where I just, like all this is just kind of funny in a weird, ironic type of way. How did I not get, okay. You know what I mean? Like, here we go again. All right, let's go for a little bit more at this point. I might as well get greedy at this point. I mean, whatever. So there's the stop. So once again, are you going to come down? I mean, there's sellers here. You can see the sellers via that upper shadow, and this upper shadow. But are the sellers actually strong enough to push it down? Right now, they're strong enough to keep it down. But are they going to be strong enough to actually push it down? We'll see. So there's my first couple of targets. Again, I'm realizing I could take a scalp. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Okay, let's get this into green territory now. So this will be a green trade for sure. Now it's just a question of how big of a green trade, because maybe this thing does finally roll over some. Again, I'll put out another. Whoops, nope. I want one down there. Or is it just going to stop me out? Come on back down. And stopped out. I'm trying. I cannot time up anything quite right. Trying to give myself a chance at a movement like this, but as you see there. But I am keeping my stops tight also just because I'm well aware that I'm going against like a very apparent strong chart. So that's why I'm running the tight stops, but it is what it is. Okay, well, a Pixie, fair enough, but I'm telling you right now that there are no more fees. During the test phase, a common question is, well, how long are you allowed to try to pass the test? As long as you want. But I always warn against that because every month during the test phase, you're getting paid or you're charging, or you're getting charged $90 per month, which is why I say just pass within 1 month, which is very reasonable. Don't have to rush things, but pass within 1 month. That way you only make that payment one time. And then you get your pro account, and at that point, your literal all-in risk is just your $90. Because worst case scenario, the biggest consequence for you is if you blow your account, you just lose the account, meaning you only lose what you bought the account for. So if that moment right there, if that's what you pay for, then that's quite literally your only risk. It's just that $90. Clay, I'm a patient person, Clay, but I'm losing my patience with your constant sell orders. Constant sell. What do you mean constant? What? Yeah. With my constant sell orders? Well, I'm sorry you're annoyed that I'm putting out sell orders, but that's kind of part of trading. Maybe, I don't know, is there a typo or something? Oh, he doesn't like me shorting. Oh, is that what you're saying? You don't like when I'm shorting? You're welcome, Pixie. The upper shadow seemed delayed. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by delayed. But in this one, again, it rolled over, and I'm proud of how I'm trading these. I have myself positioned. I am ready for if one of these things does move down, I'm ready to bank. I'm ready for the gains to really add up. And the problem is because it's such a strong chart, that gave me a profitable trade, but it did not roll over and back up it went. And then just blew a funded account ready for payout just because I got greedy and want to make. Oh man, I've been there before, Danny. I have. That's the worst. It's the human mind is a bizarre place. Let me just get a little bit more, and then a little bit more. You find yourself taking like a B plus setup, right? Well, I only need $100, so I don't need an A plus setup to get $100. And then you take something actually not that suitable, and then yeah, I've been there before. Bummer. Yeah, that's one of those things where you kind of just ruined my day. Thanks a lot, man. But no, yeah, that is disappointing. Like I said, be very careful of that because if anybody's anything like me, and you do I just want a little bit more. So and I don't know. Okay, I just need $75 more because then I'm looking at an even $1,000 for example. You're like, well, I only need $75 more, so I don't even need. So that can translate to I don't even need that good of a setup. Well, now think about what you're doing. You are taking less than ideal setups, which is never a good thing anyways. How do you get to the point of taking less than ideal setups? Well, you rationalize it away because, well, I only need $75 more. Usually I'm going for $300 in a trade. So because now instead of needing 300, I only need 75. That's good enough. That's close enough. Does anybody else have the close enough voice in their head? 2 words. That's how I like to name that. The close enough. You're looking at something, you're like, well, that's not really my strategy. That's not really within my rules, but close enough. Anybody else have that voice, the close enough voice? Maybe you call it something different. But yeah, I call it the close enough voice. That one's a dangerous one. Yes, I've been there too. Yes. When I want just a little more, I tend to average down and get way too over leveraged. Yes. Yep. Because I only need just a been there too. Yep. Good observation. Hey, Abby. Can you go get mommy real quick? Okay. Well, go down and get her. Don't yell. I do the same thing too, but it's funny. Like, can you go get your mother? And then she just yells like from where she is, Mom. It's like, well, no, I don't mean like go get her, so you don't have to yell. But that's good stuff. Anybody ever done that? Somebody tells you to go get something, like, yeah, sure, and then you literally don't go and you literally stand in the same spot and just yell for the person. Sometimes I lose. Like, I guess that person could have done that. The reason why they're telling me to go get them is so they don't have to yell. Anyways, just grinding. That voice has cost me too many times. Yeah, it's a savage voice. No, I'm not a full-time trader, and I've never been. Yeah, are you gonna head out soon?
Yeah.
Just a reminder, can you cash that check still?
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's up in by the keys.
Okay. No.
Thank you. Our farmer paid us because I have some farmland in Iowa, part of the property. So then the payments are twice a year, and they always write us a check. And then I like to deposit the checks, with the phone apps, which are great. But one of the bank accounts is like it's above the limit that you're allowed to deposit. But then the one that's open, there was just a little like they wrote it just in a way where the camera is not quite picking up the right number, so it keeps rejecting it. So we gotta go do We got to do it the old-fashioned way and take the check to the bank to deposit it. It's so first world problems, I tell you. Banks are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. Do you think NQ is still going to... Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh, yeah. So I define full-time... Well, I'm just against full-time anything. So I call myself a full-time income stream creator. Every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common. They all have multiple streams of income. So if I were to say that I'm a full-time trader, in my mind, there's kind of an implication like, yeah, so therefore all my money comes from trading. But that's not even close to being true. Not even close to being true. I have, I do all sorts of things. I mean, just let me put it this way. Very few people that you're coming across are full-time traders. But if you're like, well, so-and-so is a full-time trader, and then you name somebody with like a YouTube channel, again, good for that person. I agree with what they're doing, multiple streams of income. But I'm not quite sure I agree they're a full-time trader. If they're, if they have they're making money from YouTube ads, and I don't know, maybe they sell t-shirts, and they do, like, again, good for them. I am on the same page of agreement. I just don't quite know if that's full-time trading. That's trading as a stream of income amongst much else incomes. But yes, I have real estate that I invest. Like I said, we were just talking about farmland. I have my website, claytrader.com. I have the YouTube channel. I have now the live stream. This is one of my newest streams of income. So yes, I do not call myself a full-time trader, and I could never be a full-time trader. The thought, if my only source of income was coming from trading, the thought of that when I have 6 kids and just like a grocery bill alone, like that would freak me out. That pressure would pop my head like a pimple. So, and that's something where just, again, that's my opinion. I'm all for and I didn't invent it. Like I said, every wealthy person I've ever studied, don't take my word for it. Go study wealthy people. I'm spoiling it for you. You will notice multiple streams of income. My camera's blurry. Okay, now it's good. But yes, if you are struggling as a trader, maybe that's consideration. Is trading literally your only stream of income? Is that pressure? I have to make money so I can pay the gas bill. I have to make money to make the rent payment or the mortgage payment. I would never be able to handle that pressure. That's too much pressure for me to handle. And if that makes me a bad trader, well then I'm a bad trader. But from what I've seen, people with multiple streams of income do better. And this is now the time we're like, well, I'm a full-time trader, Clay. And I remember I had one conversation. And then after a little bit more probing, well, no, my wife also has a job. Okay, well then trading's not your only source of income. Your wife is which is great. Again, I am all for multiple streams of income. But, or, if you're a 17-year-old that still lives at home, okay, maybe that is literally your only form of income. But like you're kind of not in the real world because you still live at home and you don't have really any other responsibilities. So I get it. There's always give and take. But broadly speaking, I do not consider myself, I do not call myself a full-time trader for those reasons. Yeah, exactly, JJ. That's a great quote on Warren Buffett's part. If your only source of income is a 9 to 5, you're only one trade. Yeah, exactly. And if your only source of income is from day trading, you're only not even day, one trade away from potential poverty. So, all right, getting a bit of a pullback. Finally, a bit of a pullback. So if the recent trend is anything, this will probably be like right up to new highs here in the next 47 seconds. Ooh, this is getting kind of spicy. I'm going to go ahead and buy it. Just start real small, though. So got one. Again, starting very, very small. I'm going to try to have faith in this insanely strong overall uptrend. There we go. Now, in hindsight, I wish I would have started off with more than one. I wish I would have started off with 5. But I wanted to give myself some flexibility. So yes, when you give yourself flexibility and then you're correct immediately, as what just happened there, you're going to find yourself doing what I'm doing. Why did I start so small? Well, remember why you started small, because you wanted flexibility, because you thought, yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm actually nailing the bottom here. I think I'm somewhat close. But in that situation, yeah, I actually did really nail it. But if you're going into every trade thinking that you're going to nail the bottom, again, I applaud the confidence. That's good stuff, but maybe I don't know if that's the most realistic thing. But yes, in this situation, I get it. Yeah, why did I start with only one? But had this thing kept coming down and I need a little bit more wiggle room, I'd be like, okay, I'm glad I gave myself wiggle room. Clay, you are the voice of the people because I feel the exact same way. Okay, I'm not quite sure in what exactly you mean by that, but I'm glad it was something I said, Mecca, that I am the voice of the people and that you feel that we can relate to one another. Joining a trend is easier than finding a top bottom. I kind of, William. I kind of agree. I mean, that's a cool sounding slogan, but like the hard question with that is, okay, yeah, but where do you join, right? Where do you join a trend? Like Thursday and Friday, I thought I was joining a trend in the right spot, and oh boy, it was not the right spot. So you're right, broadly speaking, like sound like slogans, that's a cool sounding slogan, agreed. But like the where do you join is what makes trading hard. Because if trading was that easy, hey, just join a trend. I hear you. But where? Where do you join? Well, you join at the supports. Okay, and that's fine, but what happens if it's not a support? Oh boy, keep your head down. You're a married fella. Keep that head down. How's your day going, Jimbo? Where you at? Jimbo, I'm going to brag on him. I'm going to brag on the type of people I'm friends with. Jimbo was up at 4 a.m. working, again, back to the topic of multiple income streams. Jim's alarm went off at 4 a.m. because before his normal job, he delivers firewood as a side hustle. So he's out driving around for a few hours. Well, it's still dark out. Those are the people I want in my life right there. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, the system's rigged against me. No, I want people who are like, how can I make this system work for me? Jim's one of those people. Don't tell him I said that, though. As far as he needs to know, he's a scumbag. But don't tell him I said any of that. Yeah, I dumped you again because you're being an obnoxious armchair quarterback trader when somebody's in a trade. Versus, imagine you take a trade. And then after you take the trade and you're kind of waiting, you're trying to be patient, you're trying to be disciplined, you're trying to fight off the voice in your head. Then I show up and I start like critiquing all this stuff that I'm critiquing because I have hindsight in my favor. Like I think if you're intellectually honest, you'll admit, yeah, that would be kind of obnoxious. And that's what you're doing, Versace. My dad always taught me that you don't get fat looking at, oh, that's a good saying. I'm going to have to take that. That's good. All right, even more of a pullback now. Let's see. Let me cook. Oh, boy. I'm getting long there, boy. I don't even care, boy. I'm getting cocky, boy. Going to start smaller down there if that wants to pull back to that area. Thank you, Will. Exactly. Don't worry about it, Jimbo. Will McCord, he was listening. Don't worry about it. We don't got anything to tell you. Nothing nice at least. Well, then don't do that. Versace, that's why I never ban you, though, because you usually are reasonable. You came back and admitted my point was fair, which is why, like I said, you only got a timeout. It's the people that show up and then try to act like what they did was not a little bit sketchy that are like, all right, you're not being intellectually honest. So that's why, Versace, only timeouts, because I appreciate you being honest enough to be like, okay, Clay, fine, you're right, that was kind of fair. All right, cool, no problem. Wow, bounced right back up. All right, I will cancel that order out for now. If it does come back down in that area, I'm wondering. I'm a little interested. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and ask. Maybe we can get up there, but 16 likes away from 200. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, and you have not yet hit that like button, please consider doing so. And maybe you can be part of pushing us up towards that 200 like mark. Oh, kind of lost track of gold. Gold had a nice turnaround on the day. Okay, gold. Okay. Well, I don't know about that, Angelica. If you are a YouTube algorithm whisperer, I'd love feedback. But also, to be fair, I don't know if that's a direct correlation. I've only been live streaming for not even February. Will be 1 year of live streaming, so I think live streaming just takes a bit of time, anyways, to build things up. But I've also been around since 2013, so yeah, I do have a lot of subs, but I don't know if I did something to irritate the algorithm, or I don't know if my content is just old and stale and I'm not keeping up. I don't know. But yes, it is a mystery how sometimes my numbers aren't bigger than what they are. So if anybody is here and you are a YouTube expert and have some thoughts on that, I'm all for it. That was the pullback you were waiting for? All right, then, Aided. Good job. Okay, coming down to that yellow line. Let's see what happens. I will once again be interested to get long at the yellow line, but step one. Oh, okay. There we go. 200. There we go. Thank you, everybody. No, but I don't want to just, I want to bring in other people too, because I'm trying to educate people on futures. But if a lot of people see futures and then they would just never show up. That would be self-defeating. There have been many here that have thanked me, like, hey Clay, thank you for telling me and teaching me about futures. But had I had futures in the title, they may have gone right past it. Futures. Wait, what? I don't even know what that is here. That's too complicated. No. What time frames are the candles? These are 2-minute candles right here. You can see that right there. And then over here, yeah, Jocko. I'm one of those people. Exactly. I would have never met Jocko. Will McCord, very true. Yes. It's the same thing, like, why do you do those top 10 stocks? You don't even trade stocks. Because I'm an evil, evil person. Because I am trying to draw people in the world of small caps and low floats and penny stocks, bring them to this live stream so I can show them, there is a better way to do day trading. Yeah, sure. 3 or 4 years ago, I understood penny stocks, small caps, low floats. That stuff made sense. But now with the invention of micro futures and then the invention of prop firms, it's a no-brainer deal. You only scalp 2-minute. Well, no, I have other time frames over here. I'm just saying what we have right here is the 2-minute. Is your discount code lifetime? Yes. My code Clay is the best deal possible. Like, it is the same exact deal that is being offered no matter what. So thank you for asking that, my trading, instead of, because sometimes people just like, wait, I think the prop firm itself is giving, no. Mine is the code Clay is the same exact deal. Yeah, Evil, I hear you, Evil. Today's been a goofy day. Like a bizarre chart. Like, if you were getting chopped to pieces today, I don't blame you one bit. I have been getting chopped to pieces too. Nothing drastic. I've been green, I've been red, I've been green, I've been red. But yeah, today has been a tricky one. Low floats are fun to trade, but dumb but fun. Well, I mean, if you're looking for fun, William, I can easily show you something that's way funner than trading low floats. I think you already know though, William. What bias do we have towards the end? I have no bias. I think by the end, you mean by the end of the day. And for me, I'm just trying to figure out where I think this is going to go in the next 10 minutes, let alone the end of the day. I'm not saying you're wrong to be caring about the end of the day. I'm just saying that for me and my personal strategy, I do not care at all. What I care about is somebody that's using the 2-minute and some other shorter term time frames. All I'm trying to think is, where do I think the price might be in the next 10 minutes? That's the other thing. Like, going back to William's comment. Well, low floats are fun to trade. No, they're really not. If you are seeking fun, Pam's plan even wins in that regard. Like, if you're just like, I want the biggest adrenaline rush possible, Pam's plan still wins. But Clay, have you never heard of zero DT options? I'm saying yes. If you seek fun and adrenaline, Pam's plan can also make zero DT options make you yawn. But Clay, these low floats, I'm telling you. Some of you know what I would show is, okay, well, just get yourself 5 150K accounts, copy trade them, max those things out at 15 NQs per account. I assure you, your adrenaline you'll feel your adrenaline. Looks like a potential trend reversal here. Yeah, you might be right here, but I mean, I've been thinking that for like the past 2 hours. And it pulls back just to go right back to new highs. So you're not crazy, Emmy. I'm on the same wavelength as you. But it's been getting tricky in that regard. Reverse troll and put the Colts 3-letter. Oh, that might be. Ugh, that's the B Randon. I see it. So it should still be bullish. So are you long right now, Annika? Anyone buying Nike? I don't know, Luis. Probably not. I don't know what category you're talking about. Are you talking about buying Nike like in the day trading category, in the swing trading category, in the investing category? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Annika, then yeah, we are definitely not anywhere close to being the same type of trader. I'm not saying you're wrong, but like if you've been holding the same position since open, you've been holding for multiple hours. Yeah, that's not what I'm not doing here. I don't think a lot of people are doing that. Again, you're not wrong. We're just two very different traders. Okay, Walang. For the final time, my friend, I've tried to be clear with you. You are armchair quarterback trading when you just say short MNQ now. You need to tell us where you were shorting it and where your stop is at. Investing or trading, either one. Well, again, day trading Nike would be absolutely garbage. Like day trading Nike makes no mathematical sense. Very easy to prove. Nike, to make anything worthwhile on Nike day trading, you would need a pretty significant amount of money because, I mean, even on, let's just look at Nike real quick. Like, to even get 100 shares, how much would 100 shares be required? Okay, yeah, let's just call it's right about $60. So even to get 100 shares, we're even at that point, for Nike to move $1 per share is actually quite a bit. And if you just have 100 shares, that's still only $100. Yeah, you're going to need $6,000 to get 100 shares. Like, the math falls apart so quickly. Like, it literally it's a terrible use of capital to day trade Nike, for example. All right, Orlando, don't think about it. Just keep trading. Yeah, well, yeah, good thing I'm not giving any financial advice, huh? Good thing I'm not telling anybody to buy Nike. Yeah, you're not giving advice. You're just telling people what you're doing. Like that, maybe in Sweden, that would be considered advice, but you're literally just telling people what you're doing. You need volume and volatility. Exactly. Yep. And there is plenty of that in futures, for sure. Which is also why I would never say just to go trade futures with your own capital. Because if you're on the wrong side of that volume and volatility, especially as a beginner, it can get bad. Even for the long term, Nike is, yeah. I think I own some Nike for the long term. I bought it, I don't know, what, 8 years ago? I don't remember. Okay, six. Okay, you're getting short at 675. Good, Willang. We're making progress. Where would your stop be? Well, yeah, Annika, that rule applies everywhere. Like all countries would consider the person stupid that thinks they're going to listen to some guru and get rich. Yeah, so that's definitely not unique to Sweden. Everybody believes that. Well, Lang, we're still waiting for your stop. Where's your stop at, though? You gave us an entry. We're making progress, brother. But you give us a stop loss. Right now, I'm very scared. You seem to be just throwing out entry points with zero risk management. What a candle this thing was. Like, what is this? Like, that's a wild candle there. That's a type of candle. Can somebody else maybe work on Willang? Can somebody maybe type him something so that he could take it to Google Translate and then just let him know? Willang, can you please give us a stop loss number also? Yeah, it happens, the nated. It happens. What do you think of Anchor Aviation for long-term investment? Never heard of them. Never heard of them. Yeah, Annika. Yeah, there's a language barrier there, which is why I'm trying to extend patience to him. But at some point, it's. Thank you, Travis. Maybe he can take. I'm assuming he's using some form of Google Translate or something. I don't know. I'm kind of interested in a long if this thing wants to pull back some more, but I don't know. This action is getting kind of spicy. If you short, you profit. Willang, can you please hit the number 1 if you can hear me? Willang, hit the number 1 if you can hear me. Press number 1 on your keyboard if you can hear me. Not you, JV Joe. Willang. That would be one of the biggest. I mean, that'd be like one of the biggest reveals. That's like a Scooby-Doo episode. Like we pull off the mask and it's Willang is just the bot. Okay, Willang, please give a stop loss number also with your entry point. From this point forward, if you do not do that, I'm going to have to throw you in timeout, okay? Because you're starting to drive, I think, many people nuts. Okay, he probably doesn't get that. He's probably like, what do you mean you're driving people to eat a food? Okay, you're driving people crazy. There we go. Willang, if you do not do that, then I will put you back in timeout for 24 hours, okay? For people that are new, I'm not trying to be facetious. We've been here before with Willang, and there's definitely a language barrier. That's why I'm trying to be clear, but there also needs to be a line in the sand where it's like, okay, this is just annoying. Okay, Willang, please. You've got to give a stop loss with your entry point too. Can you do that, Willang? Please blink twice if you can hear me. Did you hear everything I said? I mean, I do love Wulang. Last week, I got the name Wulang across my lower back tattooed. So I do like Wulang. I have a lower back tattoo that says Wulang. Do you use price action as a strategy? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I mean, candlesticks are the backbone of my strategy, and giving candlesticks are telling you what price action is. So yes, JV Joe, I would assume the answer to that question is yes. That's true. 40-year-old game. That's that fair. Yeah. If you don't use stop losses, I guess you can never be wrong with a stop loss. That's true. He's just yeah. I mean, Wulang is famous around here. He's got songs written about him. Like I said, I have a lower back tattoo that just says Wulang. But like, there also is that line where like, while he is a celebrity, even celebrities have to cooperate from every now and then. I just realized who you were. I used to watch it. I'm that dude. I'm that dude, Gam 3 Grim. Scalping brother. Okay, well, Lang, just because you're scalping doesn't mean you don't use a stop loss. Like that's not a get out of jail card of risk management. Like, no, I don't need risk management because I'm a scalper. That's not how that works, Willang. So now I understand what you're saying. You're not giving, you keep replying scalping when I ask for a stop loss because that's your way of saying, well, Clay, I don't use a stop loss because I'm scalping. That is a non sequitur. Okay, well, Lang, I can't take any more, brother. I'm going to have to put you in timeout for a while. There we go. Let's give him 30 minutes. Let's give him 30 minutes to hop on Google Translate, maybe translate the conversation, see if he can understand things a little bit better. All right. Does this thing pop up through here? Is this... I might have to give it a try with one. Let's just... Okay, I'm in. Nothing big because, yeah, the previous times it's been up here, it's come right back down. But I don't know, maybe one of these things gets it back into the bullish side of things. Yeah, I'm sorry, Greg. I can't do it anymore with Willang. Gave him the 30-minute timeout. Just can't do it anymore. My patience only has so much in the tank. He drained that patience tank. Man, and then it just... Oh, my family left. They're doing their... Okay. Something in my mind just went like, why does it seem so... Like, what happened? That's what it is. There's no more background noise because my family is... They're doing their Monday errands. That was... that was weird. Like, wait. What? Why am I having this weird feeling? That's because I actually have silence. There's no more tin whistles. Gonna add another one right there. See if it wants to pop back up. Just another manic Monday. Who's the guy that was calling me a meth head last week? Luke. Luke, I think was his name. All right, added another one. Like there's like a little mini bull flag here that I'm trying to play. Little mini one. Oh, come on. What is like just even trying to get filled this on this live stream has been such a clown show. I have been filled on some of these targets, but it is brutal. Whatever. Let's play ball a little bit more. Let's put my first target up there a little bit higher. We'll see if we can actually get a breakout. And then at this point, I've got myself a stop. So there we go. There's my stop. This thing's either breaking out or it's not. In fact, I'll go up a little bit more. Just try to get those highs. Unless it comes down and stops me out. I know I have a tight stop, but this is more so, like I said, okay, so out. Talk like Yoda. I think the fills are affected by the glitch. I don't know about that. I mean, some of these times it hasn't, like, I've had my order, like for like a take profit was right there. And then it'd come up and it'd just do stuff like that. So it would never quite hit. It would get super close, but never actually quite hit. Been on this adventure with y'all for about 5 months. First payout after, hey! Congrats, Randall. That's great. That is great. Love to hear that. First payout. Good job. Very good job. To me, the 50K is the best with 2 to 4 micros to keep losses down. Okay. Thanks for sharing that. There we go. Very popular question. Hey, what is the best size account? And not that Randall is, I mean, he's not claiming to have the answer, but I always appreciate when people give their thoughts. In his world, he likes a 50K quite a bit with 2 to 4 micros. So yeah, you don't have to necessarily go huge. Yes, it does. It does make sense to reset because you get to save yourself $2. Again, with Take Profit Trader, if you blow up one of the accounts, you can try again, and we'll just call it the try again fee, aka the reset fee, is $100. Now, the one where it does not make sense would be the 25K, because for 25K, it's $90. So if you blow up that account, don't go and reset it. Just cancel that account out and buy a new one for $90. But at 50K and above, it makes sense to reset for $100 because don't go pay 102 when you could just pay 100. And then on the other end, definitely on the 150K, don't go spend 216 again when you could just spend $100 to reset it. And that's also where kind of the bang for your buck. 'Cause what's the best account? Well, the bang for your buck approach operates under the assumption that you're going to blow accounts, right? That's just part of being a prop firm trader. You're going to roast accounts. You're going to get cooked from time to time. So the question becomes, okay, well, knowing that, and knowing that it's $100 across the board, what do I want for that $100? Do I want the $100 to get me 50K in purchasing power? Or do I want that same $100 to get me 150K? Now, I'm not saying this is how you have to think about it. I'm just saying somebody presented that way of thinking about things, which does make sense to me. So that is another way that I could see thinking about, what would be the best. It's just the bang for your buck. Under the premise that you are going to blow accounts, when you do go to reset, what will that $100 get you? So that's another way you can think about it. But yes, back to the question of the Brent, for the 50K, that does make sense because it's either pay 102 for the new one or 100 for the reset. What about resetting the funded account? No. Resetting the pro account is very expensive. How expensive? For the price of resetting one pro account, you could go and buy like 5 or 6 test accounts. What does no counter positions? It means you can't hedge. You can't try to do things in a way where well, if I'm wrong here, I'm making money here. So they don't let you, fool around with all that. Is it minimal 220 to get 2 pro account? I saw there is an additional 130. Ken, yeah, well, with code Clay at the top of the screen there, not only do you get that 40% off. So the way it works with prop accounts, it's a way they kind of, I don't want to say hide because they make it, but it's a way they bake a fee in is this. So prop accounts, you have to pass an account. You have to show that you can trade. So in the test phase, you have this, and then you go after you pass the test, you go to the pro. And again, prop firms across the board, at this point, there's something called the activation fee, right? Because, okay, you've passed, now you have to activate your pro account. Some call it a funded account. You have to activate your funded account. And that's another price that you don't have to pay. But with Take Profit Trader, assuming again you use code Clay, that activation fee is normally $130. But with Code Clay, it is 0. There is no activation fee. So yeah, Code Clay not only gives you the 40% off right here, but it also makes it $0 activation fee. So hopefully that makes sense, Ken. Ken. Does that make sense, Ken? Can I have 50K and 150K at the same time? Yes, you can have, you can do multiple accounts. In fact, that is one of the things with prop firm trading is you can do copy trading. So copy trading is where, with Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts. So a copy trade is this. Let's say you make, one trade for $500, but you have actually 5 accounts. So you copied it on these other 5 accounts. So what that means is, yeah, you only did a trade for $500, but because you copy it to your other accounts, well, you just made $500 5 times, meaning you just made $2,500. So it's a very explosive way to grow your money. With all that said, if you take a trade and you copy it and then you start making bad decisions, you go on tilt, your revenge trade, well, you are copying all those same decisions to those 4 other accounts. So it's definitely something that needs to be shown a lot of respect. But yes, it does create a very, very explosive situation where, like I said, you can make that one trade for 500, but if you copied it, well, yeah, you made one trade for 500, but now you have 2,500. Hey, Steelin. Whether the reset makes sense is only if you're very early. Yeah, exactly, patient. You don't want to reset if you have like 1 day left. Like just at that point, let things naturally reoccur. But wow, all right. So as someone who was saying earlier, and I was agreeing with them, they're like, well, looking like another potential reversal. And I'm like, yeah, I agree, but today has been so goofy that all these that look like good quality reversals, they just end up going right back up to new highs. And here we have our newest new high right there, which is irritating right now that I think about it. Remember, I was long right here. That little, bleh. Yeah, today has been just, or this live stream has been kind of all over the place. Well, that area never quite hit. I don't know. Maybe this is a pullback area right around 680. Might be interested in buying a pullback to 680. Do not want to get long up here. That seems like a total chase. And shorting, as I've been trying to do, shorting has been so hard on this one today. It's so hard to, it's just such a strong like underlying dynamic, but I don't know. Okay, 90. Okay, that's basically, it looks like it wants to pull back, doesn't it? I need Walang here to ask if I should be getting short or not. Oh my God, I can't take it. I cannot take it. Ah! Oh, I've been holding this. You guys would be proud of me. If you knew how long I've been holding this, you'd be proud. Just another manic Monday. I should have gone short. Oh man, I feel like a new man. Woo! Man, I feel good now. I got chills and they're multiplying. And I'm lose. You short, you profit. Oh, thank you, Will. Will's taking over for Walang. I really do wish Will Lang was here so I could seek his wisdom and counsel in these life decisions. I am having Will Lang withdrawals. Market move 100 points. Oh man, that would be. Oh, okay. All right, let's all calm down. We got some movement here in gold. Okay, in. Took one off. Took another one off. Okay, stop is in green territory. So this will be a green trade. Now let's see if we can get a bounce up. As it moves up, I'll move my stop loss up. Come on, gold. Let's get a nice bounce off this beautiful, sweet and juicy. Okay, never mind. All right, well, not bad, not bad. I'll take it. I can't see this asset live trade because I'm using free trade and view 10-minute delay, but as far as I can tell. Gotcha. Thank you for the thoughts. Is there any reason why you're using free trading view? Are you not like putting on real trades, or I don't recognize the name, so we got to get to know each other, but yeah, that comment makes me think you're not making any trades. If you're using a trade, yeah, well, let me put it this way. If you are making trades, please stop immediately. You should not be making trades based off of 10-minute delay. I don't know if I quite understand everything you're saying there, but yeah, be very careful. If you are actually trading and you're using delayed information, that is no good. That is very bad. Okay, this candle is done moving around here in the next about 5 seconds. And then we're going to see what it wants to do. I am a student. Okay, yeah, okay. All I'm getting at is whether or not you're a student. Okay, all I'm saying is if you're trading right now and using delayed data, I would say don't do that. UNH. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, getting more of a pullback here. Okay, I'm long. Just one. My entry point must be right at the yellow line, huh? There it is. Okay. There we go. I was like, where did my entry line go? But it was hiding behind the yellow line. I'm going to buy another one at the green line there. Add to a winner. Trying to just go with the trend. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Do we get another up? I guess we'll see. Again, I'm looking to add to a winner at the green line there. Just trying to, you guys tell me, just go with the trend. Okay. Just trying to go with the trend. Well, I know it's a stock, but like, what are they? Again, a dangerous question. They provided zero context. Are they asking about it from an investor viewpoint, from a day trader viewpoint? Hudson asking very dangerous questions. But yes, I realize it is United Healthcare stock. But one of those situations where dangerous. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dented for wanting to add. Maybe I should just be taking my scalpy scalp, but I don't know. This looks pretty good to me. Come on. Again, looking to add at the green line. I don't trade, but I am trying to learn. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. You're just throwing that out there just to throw it out there. I gotcha. Okay. Oh, not going to fill me there. In my little world of unicorns and butterflies and sweet old little ladies on motorized carts, it fills me and then just shoots straight up there. So it is not my world of rainbows and butterflies, apparently. Come on. I mean, it's a nice looking chart. I don't think I'm cray-cray. But at this point, that's the move I'm looking for. So stop loss is in green territory. So it will be, in fact, let's just do this. Let me move up a little bit more. Go for a little bit more on this target. Worst case, it's still a green trade at this point. So again, my stop is above my average price. So this will be a green trade. It's just a question of, let's see if we can get this thing to just come straight up for me here. If it doesn't, oh well, it'll be stopped out for a slight green. But if this wants to come up, well, then that's where I have no idea how much I can make because I have no idea how high this actually wants to go up. But I will at least take off my first target right here. But nice to know that even if it comes back down at this point, it will still be a green trade. There we go. Kind of. Once again, close, close, close. Hit me. How is that not filling me? Well, at this point, I might as well go up to right there. Move my stop up a little bit more now. So again, worst case, I'm making basically 4 points. Worst case, which is nice. Think about my risk reward. I'm either making 4 points or I'm making a lot more than 4 points. In fact, let's just do this. I think if it can break up through the highs, it'll give, so there we go. Put my next target right there. Easy to do when I know it'll be a green trade. So we'll just sit back and see if this thing wants to curl up and get some momentum. Yes, Zocol, I did. Somebody is attacking. There you go. Come on. Okay, next target is actually a slight break of the highs. Looking for it to quickly snap up. But even if it pulls back, it'll be a green trade. Preferably speaking, it doesn't come down and stop me out. But if it's like anything else, all my other trades, I just have not been able to quite time any sort of bigger moves. Some of these live streams, it's like, man, I let that thing ride and ride and ride. Today has not been one of those. Come on, go back up. Don't stop me out. Again, my average is right here, so it'd still be a green trade, but come on, come back up, brother. You know what? I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna look for. There we go. Clay, why do you keep moving that up? Because I know it's gonna be a green trade. So like at this point, it's either green or it's even that much more greener. But at this point, yeah, let's see if it can break to the highs. Break up through the round number of 700 and then poke up even more. You're getting kind of greedy, Clay, by wanting more and more. Fair, but like, again, from a trade management standpoint, it is a green trade no matter what now at this point. So I might as well just try to go for a little bit more. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can poke. Poke. Poke and snap. Poke through and then snap up there. Let's see if we can trigger some stop losses of shorts. Come on. There we go. There we go. I'm thinking there could be some stop losses up above that 700 mark. So ideally, it gets through 700, and then maybe I get a nice, just quick snap up there. Again, I'm well aware, Clay, you could have already had your first prop target. Why do you keep moving up? Because we're good. It's good. It's green no matter what. That's why. I did just look at my P&L. That was not good. Now it's playing mind games with me. I kind of just want to hop out here. Always the dangers of looking at your P&L when you're trading and not looking at the chart. But I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to keep following the chart. Give this thing a chance to get up there. There you go. Come on. Get up through 700. Let's see those stop losses trigger. If it can get up through 700, I will move my stop to the low. In fact, we're already quite a bit. So let's just do that now. There we go. So now look at that. Worst case scenario, I'm making 13 points. Come on, push up. At this point, let's move it up there now. Maybe we get a big, nice snap. If not, oh well, I'm still making 13 points, All right, and I am stopped out there. So there we go. Slow and methodical on that one, but it worked out just fine. Slow and methodical, working out just fine. Anybody take that? Give me a 1 if anybody take that long. Was anybody with me on that one? Hit that number 1. Just me and you, Mecca? Okay, and Brad? Okay, I guess not a whole lot of people. Well, it is what it is. Man, that makes me wonder, was I not? I thought that was kind of like a good setup, but barely anybody got long. I don't know, maybe I was missing something. That looked good to me. And in my credit, I mean, it worked out. So I'll take it. Again, I am trading with prop firms, and a big question here that people, okay, Clay, what are your thoughts on prop firms? I'm convinced, well, King of the Mountain is take profit trader, and I'll explain why for both categories. So number 1, maybe you're a beginner and you're that person that's like, no, Clay, I now see the power of Pam's plan of day trading futures through a prop firm. But as a beginner, what prop firm should I use? Take profit trader, I believe, is the best for beginners because of their clean set of rules. Very straightforward rules. Nothing overly complicated like some of these other prop firms. Now, that doesn't make these other prop firms bad or wrong, but it does mean that from a beginner standpoint, I can see you very quickly getting overwhelmed with some of these other prop firms because they do have more rules and so on and so forth. Now, if you are experienced, so let's say you're over here and you just have not yet even used Take Profit Trader, I would say definitely worth at least trying. I have yet to meet a prop firm trader that uses these other prop firms and then tries Take Profit Trader, gets to the pro account and gets to the payout phase, and then complains about being able to request payouts on a daily basis and in whatever amount you want. So if you're making $3,000 a day, you can request $3,000 every single day. Other prop firms, it's not quite that flexible, which is why Take Profit Trader is very popular. Like I said, I've yet to meet anybody that complains that has experience with other prop firms, and it's like, Clay, I really don't like these daily payouts where I can request daily money in whatever amount I make. I've yet to meet anybody. So like I said, if you have not yet at least given Take Profit Trader a try, I would argue that they should certainly be part of your empire building. And then back to empire building, there does also reach a point where, yes, you will no longer be a beginner and you will turn yourself into an experienced prop firm trader. At that point, if you want to expand and get even more accounts and build your empire, well, then here are some other choices that you can use in that regard. And then I know a lot of you have asked, hey, Clay, I'm with prop firm XYZ. I'd like to support the live stream. Do you have a code? If you do have a code, I'll use it because I know that will help support the live stream. So if you're one of those people, there you go. Those are all the prop firms that I do have a code with. The one exception being with Funding Ticks, it would actually be code ClayTrader. And that does help. And as I always try to be very blunt and transparent about, this needs to be worth my time. As fun as it is, and my proof of that is we're going on 4 hours now and I'm still here. I am also a father. I have 6 kids. I'm a husband. So I do have responsibilities. And I would argue it would make me kind of a bad husband and father if I was just like, well, I'm just going to pull 4 hours out of my schedule and do something where there's really no monetization. There's no monetary value to it. That would be a poor and selfish use of my time. And if you noticed, there is no YouTube ads. I have ads turned off. So I haven't made a single penny from YouTube ads because I do want you to have a good viewer experience without ads popping up. But on that note, like I said, I can't be any more transparent than this. This does ultimately need to be worth my time. I've got to be able to justify pulling 4 hours out of my schedule to do this. And the way that you play a role in that is by using code Clay with these prop firms. And not to mention, you also save money. So it's not like you don't get anything out of it. No, you're getting the deals, you're saving money and all that good stuff. But it is also a way to support the live stream. So I'm sorry if that offends you. I know some people do not like when others try to monetize their time, but that is just the reality of the situation. I need to be responsible with my time, and using code Clay does indeed help with that. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. Overall, a tricky session, but one where it turned out fine. And on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, and make sure you also subscribe. Last week, we had a situation where my schedule got a little goofy, and then I ended up going live way later in the day. So for those of you that are subscribers and had notifications turned on, you were made aware, and you were still able to catch the live stream. So make sure you do that too. Hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. And like I said, hit that or use code Clay to help support the live stream. So I will see everybody back tomorrow. Take care, have a good one, and yeah, code Clay.